Chapter 296. Jiang Changkong wanted to leave, but someone wouldn't let him. Lu Bing stopped them. Changkong, don't be angry. I'm here. You'll get a share of the astral crystal. Lu Bing, I can give you a share, but they can forget about it. Jin Guangshuan said coldly. Lu Bing, we appreciate your kindness, but Changkong and I don't want it. Please move aside. Jiang Jiuqiao wasn't stupid. He only wanted to leave as soon as possible. Jiang Changkong's strength might not be weaker than a mid-stage, heavenly body cultivator. Even if Jin Guangshuan recovered and became stronger, he could still get a share. But now Jiang Changkong wanted to leave. How could it be because of modesty? This was a guy who couldn't bear to lose a piece of astral crystal. Plus, he had been through a lot in the past, so he also felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. Changkong contributed the most this time. He should get a share, Lu Bing said coldly. Changkong, don't worry. I'll make the decision for you. No need, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Move aside. I'm leaving. Do you see that? You're taking my kindness for granted. Move aside. Jin Guangshuan sneered. Lu Bing sighed and retreated to the side. Boom! The ground cracked again. Tree branches appeared from underground and wrapped around the four of them, dragging them underground. Damn it! It's too late. Jiang Changkong cursed. Lu Bing must have tricked him on purpose. Boom! Jin Guangshuan's body was surrounded by thousands of golden lights, which broke the tree branches. Boundless darkness enveloped the area. The holy sun, the sea of fire, and the ice were released at the same time. The dark underground became bright, and a huge palace appeared in front of the four of them. Jiang Changkong looked at Lu Bing and said, You shouldn't have stopped me. Lu Bing said, apologetically, I'm sorry. I didn't know it would be like this. You can leave by yourself. Jin Guangshuan snorted and looked at the palace. Inside the palace, there was a faint light. It was unknown what it was. Changkong, you can't get out. Jiang Jiuqiao attacked with astral power, but there was nothing but darkness around. There was no place to attack. Let's see what Hua Tianrui is up to. Jiang Changkong walked towards the palace with Lu Bing and Jiang Jiuqiao following beside him. Jin Guangshuan walked alone at the front. When he arrived at the entrance of the palace, he stopped. Jiang Changkong said sarcastically, What, are you scared now? A trace of anger flashed across Jin Guangshuan's face, but he quickly restrained it. Let's work together now. We'll talk after we get out. Join forces? Xingjin's people are worse than dogs. Jiang Changkong snorted coldly, and his gaze shifted to the interior of the palace. It was a pile of starstones. Jin Guangshuan didn't get angry. He just stood there, minding his own business. From the looks of it, he planned to make Jiang Changkong suffer a landmine. I'll go in first, Lu Bing said. After saying that, she took the lead and walked in. Only when there was no danger did Jiang Changkong and the other two enter. Lu Bing first took a piece of star crystal, and there was still no danger. Jin Guangshuan couldn't help but start to take it. Jiang Changkong and Jiang Jiuqiao also didn't hesitate to take the star crystals. Since they were already here, they might as well take it. After taking the star crystals, they noticed the situation in the palace. There were 3 passages in front of them, and there was nothing around them. The 4 of them were silent, and no one spoke. After a long time, Lu Bing said, How about we choose a passage to go in? There's no hint at all. How about going in the middle? Jin Guangshuan said in a low voice. Then go ahead, Jiang Changkong sneered. Jin Guangshuan frowned. Jiang Changkong, now is not the time for us to be enemies. What do you think? Jiang Changkong looked at Lu Bing and Jiang Jiuqiao. I think we can try the middle passage that Jin Guangshuan mentioned. Lu Bing said in a low voice. Many relics set the middle passage as a safe passage to the treasure. Jiang Jiuqiao opened his eyes. If Hua Tianrui is not dead, I think it will be the same no matter which passage we go. Jiang Changkong nodded. What, Jiang Zhuqiao said was right. If Hua Tianrui was not dead, no matter where they went, they would not be able to escape. The 3 passages might lead to the same place. Thinking of this, Jiang Changkong walked to the left. Men on the left, women on the right, and lady boys in the middle. The other 2 passages are for you. You, Jin Guangshuan was angry. Lu Bing said indifferently, I'll go first. Then, she followed Jiang Changkong into the passage on the left. Jiang Changkong frowned. Lu Bing and Jin Guangshuan both followed him. Jin Guangshuan was still fine, as he wanted to make him suffer, but this Lu Bing was like a sticky candy, pestering him. If she had not stopped them, he and Jiang Zhuqiao would have left. Moreover, Lu Bing took the initiative to come in and take the star crystals to check if there was any danger. Was she a great philanthropist? The 4 of them moved forward quickly in the dark passage and did not encounter any danger. Suddenly, spots of light shone, and a strong fragrance came. The fragrance of flowers. Jiang Zhuqiao held his breath. Jiang Changkong's expression changed. There weren't any flowers in this dark passageway. Furthermore, the fragrance of the flowers contained pure spiritual energy. Just like the spots of light in the attic, it ignored the star power and went straight into his body. When the fragrance entered his body, it didn't activate the dreamland or illusion. Instead, it spread to every corner of his body. This operation, you guys must be blind. Jiang Changkong sneered in his heart. Using soul to control my body? Is there no other way? Is he ready to go all out? Let's see if the soul-stabilizing tree can eat this old monster. But where did the fragrance come from? He didn't sense the fragrance at all. Jiang Changkong allowed the soul flower's fragrance to enter his body. The fragrance became stronger, and the soul energy in his body increased. Jiang Changkong used the soul-controlling art, but it did not get rid of the soul energy. Be careful. There's something wrong with the fragrance. Jiang Zhuqiao nodded. The flower fragrance suddenly stopped and became much thinner. Moreover, there was no more soul energy. Jiang Changkong's eyebrows twitched. Did she hear it? No. This fragrance seems to be coming from Lu Bing's body. They continued to search, and the fragrance became stronger again, and there was soul energy again. After walking for a long time, light finally appeared in front of them. The 4 of them stepped out of the passage, and the bright light illuminated the surroundings. It was an empty hall. A complete statue stood in the center, and next to the statue, there was a golden skeleton kneeling. Below the statue, there was a futon woven with flowers. This statue, Hua Tianrui. Jiang Changkong looked at the statue, and it was exactly the same as Hua Tianrui. Below the statue, there was a stone slab engraved with star characters. The Queen of the Sea of Flowers Kingdom, Hua Tianrui, led the flower race to unify the star system and establish the Sea of Flowers Kingdom. Jiang Zhuqiao thought, 3 bows and 9 kowtows enter the door of the Sea of Flowers and obtain the inheritance of the near god. Near god? Jin Guangshuan and Lu Bing were shocked. Lu Bing couldn't wait to kneel on the praying mat and kowtow 3 times and 9 times in a pious manner. Buzz! The statue released a golden light, which entered Lu Bing's forehead. It's really the inheritance of the near god, Lu Bing said excitedly, and her body emitted ice star power, which condensed into an ice crystal flower. The inheritance of the near god. I'm confident that I can reach the late stage of the star system within 3 years. I'll do it too. Jin Guangshuan quickly kowtowed. He was also tempted by the inheritance of the near god. Changkong, will you do it? Jiang Zhuqiao was very tempted. A near god martial art was enough to be passed down through the generations. Jiang Changkong looked up at the statue and then at Lu Bing. Why? The dream and illusion didn't work, so you changed to a 2-man show? Chapter 297. Changkong, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Lu Bing's expression was a little unnatural, and the ice crystal flower in her hand dissipated. Jiang Changkong's expression became cold. Whether you are Lu Bing or not is another matter. Hua, Tianrui, get out. Buzz. The statue shook, and hundreds of flowers bloomed in the void. Hua, Tianrui appeared, stepping on the flower phantom barefoot. When did you find out? Since you disappeared, I wanted to leave. I'm not a pig that forgets its brain when there's a little benefit. The flower fragrance in the passage also came from Lu Bing. It can't hide from my soul. Jiang Changkong glanced at Jean Guangshuan, who was still kowtowing. Another illusion? Jean Guangshuan didn't wake up in such a situation. Obviously, he had entered an illusion. Unfortunately, although your soul is strong and your attainments are profound, you are too arrogant. A smile appeared on Hua Tianrui's face. She floated toward Jiang Changkong. Several war bodies have gathered in one body. There is a soul and a power mark. You and I will become immortal in the future. Changkong, be careful. Jiang Juqiao's body surged with flames, but he was stopped by Jiang Changkong. Don't do it. It will alarm Jean Guangshuan. It turns out that you are also afraid of him. Although your will is weak, you still have some strength. Don't worry, I won't alarm him. No one will disturb us. Let's merge as one. Hua Tianrui's faint palm sank into Jiang Changkong's body. You said it like you are driving a car. Jiang Changkong looked disgusted. I don't want to become a woman. It's not up to you. After so many years, so many people and the star demon have come in, but you are the only one who can move me. After saying that, Hua Tianrui's whole body entered Jiang Changkong's body. The hidden flower fragrance also trembled, sealing Jiang Changkong's body, causing his entire body to stiffen. Don't struggle, Mr. Jiang. I will eat you. The last bit of soul power also entered Jiang Changkong's body. Jiang Changkong sneered. He activated the divine reigning art and enveloped all of his soul energy. Jiang Changkong's astral soul interweaved with his astral body, and his body turned transparent. Formless runes circulated around his body. Soul astral body. All of his martial arts were converted to the divine reigning art, sealing his entire body. 8 Stargate? Hua Tianrui was a little stunned, but then she felt relieved. After all, he had condensed a few celestial bodies. It was not surprising that there were 8 Stargate. He stepped into the Stargate without any resistance. Jiang Changkong's soul body sat on the vast star power and looked at Hua Tianrui indifferently. From today onwards, this body belongs to me. Hua Tianrui gave the order like a queen. His soul body was still sitting cross-legged. Do you think that you can defeat me here? Our soul energies aren't too far apart. If it were someone else, you'd be able to easily occupy it. Although I'm not a soul warrior, I know some secret arts of the soul better than you. It's enough to kill you. Hua Tianrui sneered. The fragrance of flowers was pleasant. She turned into a soul flower and rushed toward Jiang Changkong. Haha! Jiang Changkong chuckled. The monstrous star power gathered and integrated into his soul. His soul suddenly soared. Buzz! A sapling trembled and manifested from his soul. Countless roots flew out and wrapped around Hua Tianrui. Soul-stabilizing tree. Hua Tianrui's expression changed drastically and she looked horrified. So, don't be too full of yourself. If your soul was far stronger than mine, this soul-stabilizing tree would also be yours. But now you're mine. Jiang Changkong snorted coldly. The boundless star power surged and sealed the 8 Stargate. The roots of the soul-stabilizing tree wrapped around her. Hua Tianrui's figure flashed, avoiding the attack of the soul-stabilizing tree. It was a pity that the 8 Stargate had been sealed and the God-controlling star body had been opened. He couldn't escape in a short time. Jiang Changkong, I'll give you the flower fertilizer and star crystals. Let me go. From now on, you and I will mind our own business. Hua Tianrui hurriedly said while moving. I, Jiang Changkong, never listened to such things. If I kill you, everything you have will be mine. Jiang Changkong said coldly, I can give you all I've learned. No need. I've learned enough. Jiang Changkong didn't listen to her at all. The soul-stabilizing tree chased after her crazily. The monstrous star power surged, and Hua Tianrui's living space was getting smaller and smaller. I'm just an arm. Think about it. If the rest of my body is still alive, you'll have one more terrifying enemy if you kill me. One more. The soul-stabilizing tree roared and tied Hua Tianrui's ankle. The rest of its roots swarmed over and tied her up. With a flash of light, the soul-stabilizing tree released a majestic suction force to absorb Hua Tianrui's soul energy. Jiang Changkong watched this scene. Hua Tianrui's soul shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jiang Changkong, with a shrill scream, the last trace of pure energy disappeared, and Hua Tianrui completely dissipated. The small tree swayed and grew about an inch. Jiang Changkong activated the God-controlling art, but he was still transparent. When he opened his eyes, Lu Bing was looking at him eagerly. Jiang Changkong didn't hesitate. The star power of the God-controlling art directly rushed into his body. You're not the king. I'll send you to see her. The roots of the soul-stabilizing tree stretched out from his body and directly sank into Lu Bing's body. Soul-stabilizing tree, you actually have the soul-stabilizing tree. Hua Tianluo's voice came, screaming in horror. The roots of the soul-stabilizing tree directly sank into the Stargate and found Hua Tianluo. And Lu Bing's soul was no longer there. Boom! A cold force spread. Jiang Juqiao quickly took action, and a monstrous sea of fire suppressed it. Bang! Uft! Lu Bing directly spat out a mouthful of blood, and her body rolled out. The soul-stabilizing tree was still connected to her. So weak! Jiang Juqiao was shocked. Lu Bing was a middle-stage star-body realm martial artist. But she actually vomited blood in one move? This was too weak. She's not Lu Bing, but Hua Tianluo. Jiang Changkong snorted coldly, and the soul-stabilizing tree forcibly pulled her soul. After all, it's not her own body, and she hasn't adapted yet. Jiang Changkong, the king definitely won't let you off. How many years has it been since our country perished? King? Jiang Changkong's expression was cold, and the soul-stabilizing tree absorbed the soul power, shaking excitedly. Buzz! Hua Tianluo dissipated, and the soul-stabilizing tree retracted its roots. This time, it only grew a little, growing in the soul. Suddenly, an extreme sense of danger swept over, and Jiang Changkong's expression changed slightly. Strong waves of star power surged out, and his body quickly retreated. Boom! The palace shook violently, and the statues collapsed. Golden light shone brightly. Jin Guangshuan held a long sword, looking at him coldly. Jiang Juqiao's attack had already awakened him. Sheng Jin's dog, are you in such a hurry to die? Jiang Changkong's expression was cold, and his celestial body transformed into the celestial form of force. Jin Guangshuan's expression was cold. Thank you so much. I can only escape from the illusion after killing them. Now it's time for us to end things. Sheng Jin's people really don't know how to be grateful. Then I'll kill you today. Jiang Changkong struck out with his palm, and a vast amount of star power surged out. Kill! Jin Guangshuan grunted, and a sword aura shot out. Don't forget about me. A long sword appeared in Jiang Juqiao's hand, and a crimson sword aura slashed out. Rumble! The palace could no longer withstand the clash of the three astral bodies, and it suddenly exploded. Light shone in from above, and below the palace there were also dark green lights and starlight of all colors, astral crystals and beads. The three's expressions changed at the same time. Uncle Juqiao, Keep the items and leave this person to me. Jiang Changkong raised his palm, and once again he attacked Jin Guangshuan. Let's fight. I'll kill you first, and then this old man. Jin Guangshuan's long sword slashed out, and the palace above his head was torn apart. Jiang Changkong followed closely. He was also worried that if they fought here, they would damage these things. Chapter 298. Boom! 2 figures clashed in the ruins. Although Jiang Changkong was unarmed, he wasn't afraid of Jin Guangshuan at all. On the other hand, Jin Guangshuan's metal element, astral power, had reached the peak and had earth-shattering power. The golden stars were like the convergence of thousands of sword auras. The sharp sword chi tore the sky and earth apart. White clouds! Jiang Changkong raised his palm, and the white cloud astral body appeared. Boundless white clouds covered the sky and engulfed the two. These white clouds can't hide you. Jin Guangshuan shouted, and the sharp sword aura pierced through the clouds. A monstrous blood chi spread out and connected with the astral array, pressing down with an invisible force. Clang! Jin Guangshuan's golden sword vibrated and released starlight. A star formed and expanded rapidly. Let's see if your clouds can cover the stars. Jiang Changkong activated the sacred sun astral form and the power rune battle body. The sunset dyed the clouds red and turned them into blade auras. The blade auras and the boundless fist energy landed on the stars at the same time. Rumble! The starlight swept out and shook the clouds. The stars exploded. The blade auras shattered and the invisible force dissipated. Jiang Changkong's figure retreated and his expression sank. Jin Guangshuan's strength was stronger than he had expected. If he used the moon and sun, he might be able to suppress him. Jin Guangshuan had also figured out Jiang Changkong's strength. With a solemn expression, he said, "Peak astral body. With such combat strength, I must kill you today." "You're still far from it." Jiang Changkong coldly snorted. The invisible fist energy from the power rune star array descended once again. Jin Guangshuan's sword auras shattered the invisible fist energy and pierced through the clouds. Jiang Changkong's 5 senses transmitted information to him. He shifted his body and slashed out with his sunset glow saber once again. Boom! The 2 overlords collided, and the vast starlight shook half of the ruins. The 2 retreated at the same time, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Even with the 3 astral bodies and the heaven and earth teleportation, they could only fight on par with this guy. Without hesitation, the 2 fought again. They were both overlords and weren't afraid of injuries. Given their regenerative abilities, it was not difficult for them to regrow severed limbs. Minor injuries were nothing to them. The 2 of them were locked in battle. Underground, Zhang Juqiao collected everything. "I'm really rich this time. There are even tier 10 star crystals and tier 9 star crystals." Zhang Juqiao looked at the star crystal with excitement. His harvest this time was more bountiful than any of his previous harvests. "Let's pack up and go help Changkong. Jin Guangshuan isn't weak, even though he's at the mid-star body stage." Jiang Juqiao also took Lu Bing's spatial equipment. Just as he was about to leave, a stone pearl rolled out from the shattered statue, giving off a faint light. This thing. Jiang Juqiao put away the stone bead. He couldn't tell what was wrong with it, so he leaped onto it. However, as soon as he rushed up, he was dumbfounded. The sky was shrouded in white clouds, making it impossible for him to see what was going on inside. Rumble. A rumbling sound came from the white clouds, like muffled thunder. Boundless astral power dispersed, pushing back Jiang Juqiao, who wanted to join in. "The strength of these 2? Jiang Juqiao laughed bitterly as he realized that he couldn't interfere at all. Roar! The power pattern howled, the sacred sun shone, and the taiji shifted. The golden stars rotated, and countless sword rays gathered. The 2 ultimate moves and a terrifying cold aura shook the clouds and the void. Golden blood kept dripping from the clouds like a rain of blood. Jiang Changkong ignored his injuries and kept attacking Jin Guangshuan with his fist and blade. Jin Guangshuan was equally ferocious. His golden sword slashed out a terrifying sword ray. Rumble. Crack. The sword ray fell and shattered the astral power, almost cutting off Jiang Changkong's left arm. He didn't have it easy either. Jiang Changkong's fists almost shattered his internal organs. They kept exchanging blows and didn't retreat at all. From the thick clouds at the beginning to the end, there wasn't a single cloud left. After fighting for an unknown period of time, both of them were covered in wounds and panting heavily. Jin Guangshuan looked dispirited and much weaker. "Why don't we split the harvest and call it a day?" Jiang Changkong's face was pale. He didn't have it easy either, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. "I want to kill you. Idiot, if we keep fighting like this, both of us will be injured. I don't believe that you really trust Jiang Juqiao." Jin Guangshuan shouted angrily. "I trust him and I trust myself." Jiang Changkong's expression was fierce. "Only one of us can walk out of here alive, and that's me." Then, without hesitation, he surged his astral power and attacked Jin Guangshuan. Jiang Juqiao's old face changed. The flame energy on his body was vast. "Changkong, I'll help you." "No need. Now is not the time for you to join the fight," Jiang Changkong said coldly. "Even if I'm heavily injured, he can't interfere." Jin Guangshuan roared and the golden stars rose again. "White cloud." Jiang Changkong summoned the cloud again. It wasn't to fight, but to cover the direction so that Jin Guangshuan couldn't escape. Once this guy escaped, he would have fought for nothing. Boom! A new fight began. The two clashed again, adding new injuries to their bodies. In the battle in the clouds, the sword light, the saber light, and the remaining energy slashed out. Jiang Juqiao quickly retreated. Waves of energy collided. The two consumed more and more energy, and their auras were gradually weakening. When they clashed again, the sword pierced through their bodies and the fist pierced through their chests. "If we continue fighting, you'll be the first to die," Jin Guangshuan said. Blood kept gushing out of his mouth, making him look extremely ferocious. Not necessarily. Jiang Changkong also had blood gushing out of his mouth, but his expression was calm. The sword left their bodies, and the fist left their bodies. Their injuries were recovering rapidly. With a bang, they clashed again, and both of them were sent flying. Golden blood spilled through the clouds. "Almost there," Jiang Changkong murmured. Now, both of them were heavily injured. At this time, another attack. Thinking of this, Jiang Changkong pounced again. Jin Guangshuan's expression was cold. "This time, I'll take your life." The sword turned and pointed at Jiang Changkong's heart. The two closed in quickly. When they were close, the sword turned and aimed at Jiang Changkong's throat. As for Jiang Changkong, it was as if he had already expected this. His body suddenly expanded, and a 3-meter golden body appeared. 8 power patterns howled and rushed out, binding Jin Guangshuan like ropes. A small sapling swayed, and countless roots extended and rushed into Jin Guangshuan's body. "You think I'm not prepared?" Jin Guangshuan sneered. A gray medicinal herb flew out and quickly turned into liquid, entering his body. Boom! Instantly, his soul power increased, and a strong killing intent pounced at the tree root. "I know a soul-killing move, too. Jiang Changkong, you're very brave. Do you know what a soul-stabilizing tree is?" Jiang Changkong did not expect Jin Guangshuan to have such a move. He was an expert at courting death. If he knew, he would have used this move long ago. Did this guy think that the two old geezers did not know a soul-killing move? Jin Guangshuan's soul rapidly expanded, and a strong soul fluctuation erupted. He actually grabbed the tree root of the soul-stabilizing tree. Then, the expanded soul rapidly shriveled and quickly returned to its original state. In a few breaths, Jin Guangshuan's soul became transparent and unstable, trembling violently. What the hell is this? Jin Guangshuan shouted in fear. His soul-killing move had become a tonic? Jiang Changkong really wanted to answer this question, but unfortunately he could not hear it. Chapter 299. Jiang Changkong was prepared to do it again if he couldn't do it the first time. When both of them were severely injured and weak, Jiang Juqiao would hold him down and devour his soul by force. However, he didn't expect this guy to die. Jin Guangshuan's soul power wasn't strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been toyed with by Hua Tianrui. Jiang Changkong carried his corpse and flew down to the clouds. Jiang Zhouqiao was waiting anxiously. When he saw this scene, his eyes were filled with fire. You really killed him? How can it be fake? Jiang Changkong threw the corpse on the ground. The matter here is over. It's time to split the benefits. Jiang Zhouqiao nodded. We got a lot of star crystals this time, and there are more than 1,000 dark green beads. More than 1,000. How many people did these two old monsters kill? This was more than 10 million essence, chi, and spirit. Give me the beads, and you get more star crystals, Jiang Changkong said after thinking for a while. Jiang Juqiao had no use for the dark green beads. He could use them after dealing with them. Jiang Zhouqiao nodded and handed the dark green beads to him. There are at least 100,000 8-star crystals, more than 10,000 9-star crystals, and 3 low-grade 10-star crystals. I'll say the same thing. I'll take the pearl, but you get more star crystals and these too. Jiang Changkong pointed at Jin Guangshuan, while the other person was Lu Bing. Jiang Juqiao shook his head. No need. I'm just leading the way this time. You killed these two people, so I'll be satisfied if you're willing to give me a share. I won't be unreasonable. Call me if you need anything in the future. Jiang Changkong didn't stand on ceremony. Since Jiang Zhouqiao was willing to give him more, he would take it. I want 1,000 9th-star crystals and 1 10th-star crystal. The rest is all yours. Jiang Zhouqiao's face turned red. With these 9th-star crystals, I should be able to improve further. My boss can also step into the star realm. Pick a suitable one and leave the rest to me, said Jiang Changkong. He didn't care about the attributes of the star crystals. Previously, he had obtained a piece of low-grade, 10th-grade star crystal. Jiang Juqiao had taken 1 piece, so he still had 3 pieces left. 2 of them were wood attributed and 1 was metal attributed. There were more than 100 fire elemental tier 9-star crystals. Jiang Juqiao took all of them, including 500 inferior grade tier 9-star crystals, 300 medial grade tier 9-star crystals, and dozens of superior grade tier 9-star crystals. There weren't many high-grade and peak-grade ones either. There were more than 100 high-grade ones and only a few dozen peak-grade ones. After distributing the star stones, Jiang Juqiao took out a stone bead. This was dropped from the statue. I can't see through its secret. Take a look. Jiang Changkong took the stone bead and felt a faint soul energy fluctuation. It should be related to the soul. How did this place become like this? Holding the bead in his hand, Jiang Changkong looked at the sea of flowers. There were no more flowers, nor were there any demonic trees. It was barren and desolate. It was like this when I came out. There might not be a sea of flowers here. We were in their illusion at the beginning. Jiang Juqiao threw out a bottle of medicine. I found this in Lu Bing's space equipment. It's used for healing and recovery. Take it. Jiang Changkong nodded and took the medicine. His injuries healed quickly, and his consumed star power recovered. Even gods will fall one day. Jiang Juqiao sighed. How powerful was the Sea of Flowers kingdom back then? When you say that, I remember that the great Qin Empire has fallen. Jiang Changkong sat cross-legged to recover and snorted. It's been so many years. Those 2 old fools still want to be reborn and reappear in the Sea of Flowers kingdom. Don't you think it's funny? But to be honest, that queen of the sea of flowers is so beautiful. Haven't you been moved? Jiang Juqiao winked. I'm not even a skeleton, Jiang Changkong said calmly. I've recovered. You can do whatever you want. Jiang Juqiao thought about it and entered the underground palace alone. A few hours later, Jiang Changkong slowly opened his eyes. Jiang Juqiao wasn't beside him. He used the god-governing art and found him in the underground palace. Jiang Changkong stepped into the underground palace and came to his side. You're really old. You're actually sighing about these things here. I'm not sighing. I'm looking. There really isn't a godlike inheritance here. Jiang Juqiao was a bit disappointed. I've searched everywhere but couldn't find it. A godlike inheritance. If there's a chance, I'll give you a godlike martial art. If not, then forget it. Jiang Changkong floated in the air. We should go. Jiang Juqiao nodded and left with him. He didn't think much of what he said about giving him a godlike martial art. You don't even have it yourself. Why would you give it to me? I didn't expect that half a month has passed. Jiang Juqiao sighed while holding his phone. That long? We've only been here for one night. Jiang Changkong was shocked. He looked at his phone. It really had been half a month. Jiang Juqiao thought about it and guessed. It should be the illusion that made us ignore the flow of time. The two left the ruins. Jiang Changkong carefully took him away with the soul-governing art. He didn't want to fight with the star demon again. Not for the time being. It was too difficult to kill a mid-stage star body stage cultivator. They returned the way they came. Their speed was extremely fast. Back at the base, everything seemed normal. The Jiang family was still helping. They dug out a lot of star crystals and sent them to the laboratory. The two entered the base and went straight to the laboratory. Lord, you're back. Su Hengji and the others hurriedly came to greet them. Yes. Did anything happen in the territory? Jiang Changkong asked. Well, Su Hengji looked like he was in a difficult position, stuttering as if he wanted to say something. Someone came to steal the star crystals? Jiang Changkong's expression was ugly. Yes. Su Hengji looked ashamed. I'm ashamed. How many did you snatch? Jiang Changkong frowned. One piece. Just one piece. It's not a big deal. No, just one piece for us. With that, Su Hengji lowered his head completely, not daring to look up at him. Jiang Changkong was stunned. He said in disbelief, How much did you say? Just one piece for us? Yes. Su Hengji's voice was almost inaudible. Which family did it? Jiang Changkong's expression calmed down. Give me the information of the person who stole the star crystals. Su Hengji's face twitched. Why don't we just forget it? Organize it for me. I don't want to say it again. Jiang Changkong's expression was cold. Su Hengji hurriedly took out a pile of paper and handed it to Jiang Changkong. It was a thick stack. The corner of Jiang Changkong's mouth twitched. Damn, how many clans have come? A total of 15 families. This is all the information, Su Hengji explained. The power the Lord left behind is very strong, but there's a mid-stage star demon among them. Good, mid-stage star demon. Good. Jiang Changkong nodded and accepted the information. Go do what you need to do. I'll look for Professor Yin. Changkong, this is difficult. There are more than a dozen forces. If it's an ordinary first-rate force like my Jiang family, it'll be easy. You don't have to fear a mid-stage star demon. What's more, there are more than a dozen of them. Moreover, there's a late-stage star demon behind them. Jiang Juqiao pondered. Why don't you look for Hu Qinglan and ask her to make the decision for you? Hu Qinglan is strong, but she can't deal with a late-stage star demon, can she? Jiang Changkong said calmly. She can't, but she has the Federation behind her. Even a top-notch cultivator has to give face to the Federation. Chapter 300. Jiang Changkong entered the laboratory and found the two professors. Lord, this is the list. Professor Yin took out a few pieces of paper and handed them to him. In the past half a month, all the star crystals we mined have been robbed. It's almost a third of the mine. Jiang Changkong's expression was ugly. 53,900 pieces of 7th grade star crystals, 21,221 pieces of 8th grade star crystals, and 1 piece of 9th grade star crystal. Small grade star crystals were usually 7th grade. If they were lucky, they could produce a few 8th grade star crystals. Middle grade star crystals were mostly 7th grade, with a few 8th grade ones. Large grade star crystals were mostly 7th grade, while the other half were 8th grade. They robbed him of more than 70,000 star crystals at once. How much could he dig out from one star crystal vein? 1/3. He wasn't willing to part with even a single piece. He was digging out his flesh and drinking his blood. Help me deal with these things first. Jiang Changkong took out the star crystals he got from the relic and handed them to the 2 professors. Count them. Professor Yun nodded and looked at the star crystals excitedly. Lord, did you dig a superstar crystal vein? We've made up for our losses. That's nothing. I have use for these star crystals. Jiang Changkong frowned and said, and these green beads? Deal with them all. Professor Yun nodded. With these star crystals, the 3 major forces will definitely help us. Jiang Changkong chuckled. He didn't need their help unless a late-stage star body realm expert appeared. He didn't take out the 3 10th grade star crystals. Professor Yin scanned the equipment and soon got the data. 8th grade inferior, 15,161 pieces. Middle grade, 26,000 pieces. Top grade, 38,926 pieces. Top grade star crystals, 53,236 pieces. 8th grade star crystals, 5,600 pieces. Middle grade star crystals, 4,100 pieces. Top grade star crystals, 123 pieces. Top grade star crystals, 25 pieces. This was the data after adding the 9th grade star crystals Jiang Changkong had obtained previously. Essence, energy, and spirit. 52597,300. This didn't include the 10 million from the green beads. This mine of yours is amazing. The higher the quality of the 8th grade, the more there are. There are actually so many 9th grade ones too. Professor Yin looked at these star crystals in shock. Do your best to handle it. Drop the rest of your work. I want to use it. After saying that, Jiang Changkong turned around and left. He poured himself a cup of tea and began flipping through the documents one by one. Jiang Juqiao sat beside him and advised, Changkong, this is how things are when you first arrive in the Void Realm. Don't take it to heart. Yeah, I didn't take it to heart. I just wanted to take a look at these 15. Jiang Changkong looked at the information and read, Lin Clan, Early Star Body Realm, First-Rate Force. Ma Clan, Peak Star Body Realm, Second-Rate Force. TSK, Second-Rate Force. Even Second-Rate Force can ride on my head. Jiang Juqiao did not say anything. If it was him, he would also lose face if he was robbed by a second-rate force. Jiang Changkong only looked at the strongest factions on the other side. There were 7 first-rate factions, and the remaining 8 were second-rate factions. What surprised him was that the middle heavenly body stage, first-rate force, was from an outer island. Previously, Hai Tianhe had invited him to be a guest. He would go and take a look this time. After reading the information, Jiang Changkong put it away and called Su Hingji over. Is there any evidence of the robbery of starstones? Yes, they are not afraid of our revenge at all. Su Hingji sighed. Well, did the other 3 forces react? Jiang Changkong asked again. The 3 forces were his allies. Even if they had to pay star crystals and starstones for their help, it was impossible for them to not come and take a look when something happened, right? If that was the case, Would they still want to go to the battle palace to reap benefits in the future? The three forces have been here. However, when the three forces came, the other party left. It's impossible for the three forces to stay here forever. Su Hongji explained they stayed here for a week. As soon as the three forces left, the other party came and kept an eye on us. Yeah, go and tell Professor Yin to change the list of star crystals that were robbed, Jiang Changkong said. How do we change it? Su Hongji was stunned. Add a 0 at the end. Do you still need me to teach you that? You are experienced, Jiang Changkong said speechlessly. Su Hongji, Jiang Jiuqiao, add a 0? Are you crazy? That means 700,000 star crystals were robbed. Can your territory dig out so many star crystals? You have only been here for half a month. Don't worry about the mine for the next few days. Let whoever wants to rob it. Add 2 zeros for the most recent robberies. 2 zeros. They will not return it in the first place. If we ask the three forces, even if there is only 1 zero, the other party will not be able to afford it. Su Hongji said helplessly, Go and do it. They will return it. It's okay if they can't. I have my own plans. Jiang Changkong waved his hand and said, Go. When Professor Yin is done dealing with those things, come and inform me. Brother Changkong, I will not persuade you. If you need my help, just tell me, Jiang Jiuqiao said while patting his chest. Jiang Changkong smiled and took out the stone orb. Let's take a look at this thing first. There is no hurry about the star crystal mine. He was not anxious at all. There was no point in being anxious. After dealing with the star crystals, he would first perfect a martial art. At that time, he would not need to fear ordinary mid-star body realm cultivators. It would be easier this way. There was no need to be in a hurry. Moreover, in the next few days, he planned to see if there were any more ignorant people who would jump out and take care of them all. Jiang Jiuqiao looked at the stone orb. He was also curious about it. Let's take a look together, Jiang Changkong said. I can take a look too. Jiang Jiuqiao was slightly happy. Jiang Changkong waved his hand and the soul-governing art enveloped Jiang Jiuqiao, guiding his soul to examine the stone orb. Jiang Jiuqiao's soul was out of his control. He felt a little uneasy at first, but then he calmed down. It would be easy for Jiang Changkong to kill him. There was nothing to worry about. When their soul energy came into contact with the light orb, some images and information flowed into their minds. The soul storage orb could nourish, repair, and protect the soul. Then there were images of the Star War. Jiang Changkong had already seen it. It was the same as what Hua Tianrui had shown him. The Queen of the Sea of Flowers had many palaces, but they had only encountered one. During the war, the Queen of the Sea of Flowers, Hua Tianrui's body had been shattered. One of her arms had fallen into the void realm along with the killing array of the palace and the ruin. Each palace had a statue and a soul storage orb. The arm still contained Hua Tianrui's soul, which was recovering with the help of the soul storage orb. After an unknown number of years, the star demon had entered the ruin. Hua Tianrui, who had recovered some of her strength, used the array to kill the star demon. After that, more star demon and humans entered the ruin. The weaker ones were directly killed at the entrance. The stronger ones could break into the star array. She used the star array to set up illusions to kill the creatures that entered the ruin. She had thought that she could use those creatures to absorb their vitality, energy, and spirit, so that one day she could repair her body with her broken arm. However, it was too serious. As time passed, the arm began to change, turning into pieces of star crystal. Seeing this, Jiang Changkong finally understood the origin of the star crystal. It was the crystallization of the fallen experts. Hua Tianrui collected the star crystals of the people she killed, and Hua Tianluo was a maid who served her. The corpse in front of the statue was also a top warrior when she was alive. Hua Tianrui used the soul storage orb to nourish her soul. However, it had been too long, and the soul storage orb had reached its limit. It was no longer of any help to them. Moreover, it would break in 3 years. The two of them had no choice but to find someone to possess. Only then could they be reborn. It was a pity that the two of them were proud and looked down on the bodies of ordinary warriors, until they met Jiang Changkong and the others. Lu Bing was not bad. She was in the mid-stage of the star body realm and was a woman. She barely met their standards. No wonder I couldn't tell whether it was real or fake at that time, and I couldn't see the state of her soul. It turns out that she was protected by the soul storage orb. Jiang Changkong said indifferently. His body shook and a message came to him. Soul-killing array, the use of soul power. He was overjoyed, although he had the soul-controlling incantation. He was not good at using it. He didn't kill Hua Tianrui in vain. Chapter 301. The soul resting pearl could only be broken by a top martial artist. Otherwise, only a soul martial artist at the peak of the star realm could break it. With the protection of the soul resting pearl, Jiang Changkong's spirit-controlling art couldn't tell if it was real or fake. If Hua Tianrui hadn't given the soul resting pearl to Hua Tianluo, she might have reached the late stage of the star realm. Coupled with her mastery of soul manipulation, even a peak star realm martial artist could be killed. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to come out of the soul resting pearl. Otherwise, Jiang Changkong wouldn't have been able to kill her. Hua Tianluo died a wrongful death. If she didn't expose herself and pretended nothing had happened, she could have survived. Once she completely mastered Lu Bing's body, she could also become a top martial artist after some cultivation. The star array was the one that Hua Tianrui was proficient in. It was the flower star array. She had once killed a true god with this array. Unfortunately, what they got was incomplete. After reading all the information, the two fell silent. They began to organize the methods of soul manipulation in their minds. Although Jiang Zhouqiao wasn't a soul cultivator, he could still improve his strength by learning some basic methods. He could also improve his strength when facing someone at the same level as him. It was even possible for him to kill someone at the same level, provided that he had enough soul herbs. The soul had unique soul fluctuations. It could be combined with star power to create illusions and dreams. Hua Tianrui was the flower sea queen, so she knew flowers the best. She used the fragrance of flowers to create illusions. This was the basic method of using soul fluctuations to mobilize the soul star power to create soul martial techniques. Jiang Changkong sorted out the information in his mind. The spirit-controlling art could control the soul, nature, and even the enemy. He could use this to better combine the spirit-controlling art with his martial arts to create illusions and create soul martial techniques. This method of soul manipulation is enough to improve my strength, Jiang Changkong murmured. When he completely digested the information, he would be able to kill a mid-stage star realm martial artist like Jin Guangshuan. Thank you, Brother Changkong. Jiang Zhouqiao heaved a sigh of relief. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. The harvest this time also gave him one more trump card. Take this soul resting pearl. Jiang Changkong threw the soul resting pearl to him. You don't want it? Jiang Zhouqiao was taken aback. Although it had only been 3 years, it was still a rare treasure that could defend against the attacks of soul warriors. No need. Jiang Changkong said calmly. He had a better soul stabilizing tree. Now that he knew that it was something like the soul resting pearl, he didn't care anymore. If they met again, they just needed to find the soul accumulating pearl. Compared to the soul stabilizing tree, this thing was of little value. Jiang Zhouqiao did not stand on ceremony and kept the soul fixation pearl. Next up, I'll be going into seclusion. Uncle Nine Bridges, do you want to stay here for seclusion as well? Jiang Changkong asked. That's fine too. I also want to comprehend what I just learned. Jiang Zhouqiao nodded. He also wanted to master the soul technique as soon as possible. The two of them entered a secret chamber to cultivate in seclusion. There were many such secret chambers in the base. Jiang Changkong closed his eyes and organized the soul technique. This could only be considered a theory. It couldn't even be considered a martial art. He could level up his abilities, but he couldn't. Jiang Changkong couldn't use his essence, qi, and spirit to solve this problem. Soul fluctuations and soul power intertwined. A wisp of the holy sun appeared on Jiang Changkong's fingertip. There wasn't any temperature. Instead, there was a trace of cold aura. This wasn't the holy sun, but the lunar moonlight. Anything could be constructed into an illusion by the soul-governing art. The sturdy walls of the secret chamber started to flow like quicksand. This was only the most basic illusion. It was constructed on the surface with soul power. It wasn't real. Specks of light flickered. Soul power controlled different types of star power. Every drop of star power contained a wisp of soul power. People who didn't understand the soul technique wouldn't be able to discover it. With the help of the invisible star power, people who were weaker than him wouldn't be able to detect it either. There was another technique, soul infiltration. He could infiltrate the enemy's body and control it. In the passage, Hua Tianluo released the fragrance of flowers to let Hua Tianrui's soul infiltrate his body. However, this kind of infiltration wasn't safe. It was a strange technique when facing someone who was as strong as him. If he encountered someone stronger than him, this bit of soul power wouldn't be enough to defeat him. Inside the 8-star gate, the soul body sitting cross-legged absorbed the star power and emitted a faint energy fluctuation. That drop of soul force turned into a phantom. It was just that its strength was weak and it needed his command. The whole soul began to melt and turned into pure soul liquid. The small tree took root in the liquid and didn't move at all. Jiang Changkong was having a lot of fun. He kept changing into different forms, and the star power was also changing colors. Although they were all fake, they could confuse many people. Even his soul-governing art couldn't tell if they were real or fake. He constantly mobilized his soul power and formed all kinds of illusions. 2 days later, buzz! Suddenly, the sapling shook a little. Boundless darkness came, and Jiang Changkong came to the world of darkness again. The two figures came again. They were a young man and a young woman looking for treasures close to the divine realm. That guy shouldn't be here this time, right? Soul fluctuations swept around as the young man said in a low voice. The young woman blinked her eyes and pure soul power fluctuated. He shouldn't be here. Jiang Changkong didn't say anything. This time he would just watch them. The two of them walked in the darkness, with Jiang Changkong following behind them. This should be a soul labyrinth. Let's not get separated, the young man said. The young woman's soul shook violently. That senior is too much. How can we find the entrance to the 4th level in this endless soul labyrinth? We don't have a soul steadying tree to guide us. We can only find it slowly. I wonder if the legendary soul steadying tree is real. The young man sighed and suddenly had an idea. Do you think the person who appeared before came in with the help of the soul steadying tree? The young woman was silent for a moment. If he has the soul steadying tree, we have to speed up. Jiang Changkong looked at his soul steadying tree. It didn't give him directions. They must have heard fake legends. The soul steadying tree didn't change at all, let alone guide them. Let's construct the route to the 3rd level and take a look, the young man said. The young woman nodded. Her soul power dissipated, turning into threads that constructed in the darkness. The lines crisscrossed and formed a huge diagram. Buzz! Seeing these lines, the soul steadying tree suddenly shook. The darkness fluctuated and Jiang Changkong's soul also shook violently. You really are here and the owner of the soul steadying tree. The young man's expression was calm as he looked solemnly at Jiang Changkong. These two old things. Jiang Changkong cursed inwardly and said, Ginger is spicier with age. You lured me out because you want me to guide you? Who wouldn't be tempted by treasures close to divinity? We can only take the risk to find you, the young man said calmly. Jiang Changkong knew what the risk meant. The soul-steadying tree could devour their souls. I can totally devour you and enjoy this place alone, Jiang Changkong said calmly. The young woman said, First, we are confident in retreating. Second, without our map, the soul-steadying tree won't guide us. If you are so free to continue searching, we have nothing to say. Jiang Changkong fell into deep thought. Killing these two would only make the soul-steadying tree grow a little. Moreover, he might not be able to kill them. As the two of them said if they dared to come in, they were confident in escaping. Chapter 302. The soul-stabilizing tree shook, and a message entered Jiang Changkong's mind, guiding him forward. However, this was the only one. The two of them had not drawn the entire map. Let's not talk about cooperation until we can trust each other. Jiang Changkong's voice was indifferent as he activated the spirit-raining spell. Do you belong to the Federation or some other powerful force? We can't be sure whether or not the other party is worth cooperating with, but if we want to get close to the gods' treasures, one side must first show sincerity. A smile appeared on the girl's face. We're both from the Federation. Gu Yanyu, Qiu Yun. There's no need to mention my name. I'm a lord of the Void Realm, and I have the soul-stabilizing tree. Jiang Changkong said lightly. How about we split the treasure into 3? Qiu Yun asked. It's still too early to talk about distribution. Since we've decided to cooperate, just wait patiently. I still have things to do. See you next time. After saying that, Jiang Changkong left the dark space, a treasure close to the god level, and one belonging to the Federation at that. Splitting it into 3 was simply impossible. Because they couldn't make the decision, the Federation would definitely send a lot of powerhouses, even top-notch warriors. If it was said that he would be given a share, he would still believe it. But to split it into 3 was nonsense. Could it be that they were going to kill everyone and split it with him? He could ask Hu Qinglan about Gu Yanyu and Qiu Yin. With that in mind, Jiang Changkong sent a message to Hu Qinglan. Not long after, Hu Qinglan replied, Gu Yanyu is a soul warrior at the peak of the middle stage of the Star Body Federation. Qiu Yun is from the Rogue Cultivators Alliance. He is also at the peak of the middle stage of the Star Body realm and has been in seclusion. Qiu Yin? Rogue Cultivator Alliance? They could even go into seclusion together? Could it be that the two of them had obtained a treasure but didn't announce it? Jiang Changkong did not continue thinking about it. The peak of the mid-heavenly body stage was a bit difficult to deal with, so he decided not to provoke him for the time being. Looking at the time, Xiao Chan realized that he had been in closed-door cultivation for 2 days already. The astral crystal and the jadeite pearl should have been taken care of by now. Leaving the secret chamber, Zhang Xian saw that Jiang Zhuqiao was still in seclusion. When he arrived at the laboratory, everything was settled. Professor Yin was busy with other things. Your lordship, your lower 9th rank weapon has been forged and stored with the star crystal. Professor Yin handed him a concealing star ring. Jiang Changkong nodded and was about to leave when Professor Yin spoke again. Lord, if you ask the 3 families for help, then be ruthless and kill them until they are afraid. This way, no one will dare to touch us in the future as long as you are still alive. I understand. After saying that, Jiang Changkong turned around and left. There was a total of 1,230 green beads. Each bead contained 10,000 points of essence, energy, and spirit, which was comparable to a low-grade 10th level star crystal. Jiang Changkong only used 1,000 pills to make up for the difference. These 230 pills would come in handy when he needed Hu Qinglan's help. Instead of entering the secret chamber, Zhang Xian headed deep into the mountains and found a secluded place to raise his cultivation. This time, he planned to improve the god-governing art first. He had just obtained the soul manipulation art. The imperial god art was the best method for him to kill celestial bodies and celestial bodies martial artists. Only by improving the imperial god art would he be able to kill that group of martial artists until they were afraid. The imperial god art reached perfection, and his body became transparent again. Invisible star power swept across, and the imperial god celestial body appeared. Within a radius of 100 miles, all kinds of wonders appeared. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, the holy sun hung high, and butterflies danced. It was like a fairyland. This was the soul illusion. Unless one surpassed him and came here, they would not be able to see any abnormalities, just like the sea of flowers before. There was no killing intent. It was just manifested to confuse the enemy. If there was killing intent, he would have to add it himself. As his soul power transformed, Jiang Changkong's soul celestial body also became more complex. A few hours later, the vision dissipated, the flowers disappeared, and the fairyland collapsed. Jiang Changkong's soul celestial body disappeared, and the power in his body was restrained. The imperial god art reached perfection. Jiang Changkong, peak celestial body high rank, mid-grade martial art. 3-foot golden body, perfection 1/43rd. 2 million Tai Chi Yin Yang art, perfection 1/43rd. 2 million overlord blade, perfection 1/43rd. 2 million holy sun art, perfection 1/43rd. 2 million imperial god art, perfection 1/43rd. 2 million bright moon art, perfection 1/43rd. 2 million white cloud 9-fold sutra, perfection 1/43rd. 2 million high rank mid-grade array art, battle body star formation, incomplete perfection 1/43rd. 2 million essence energy spirit 205355485. For with another 20 million, he would be able to perfect another martial art. This time, he hoped that those forces wouldn't let him down. Jiang Changkong turned into a ball of holy light and soared into the sky, heading towards his territory. Boom! As soon as he arrived at the mine area, there was a loud sound and an extremely powerful energy wave came. The palm formed by star power sank into the ground and grabbed a large amount of soil and star crystals. At least you know what's good for you. I'll only take the star crystals today. A middle-aged man stood in the starry sky with a proud expression. Below, Jiang Haixing and Su Hingji were furious, but when they thought of Jiang Changkong's instructions, they could only endure it. Buzz! An invisible energy wave made the middle-aged man's body stiffen, and then he fell rapidly. Boom! A huge pit appeared on the ground, and the holy sun ball floated above the middle-aged man's head. Which family are you from? Before the middle-aged man could speak, Su Hingji and Jiang Haixing walked over. I'm from the Lin family. Why, you dare to attack? The middle-aged man sneered, not afraid at all. It's your honor that the Lin family is interested in your star crystals. The holy sun ball vibrated, and a golden palm energy gathered, covering the large mine. Rumble! The ground collapsed and the mine was destroyed. Smoke and dust surged, revealing a huge palm print. The Lin family has ulterior motives. They destroyed my large mine. Ha! Are you going to complain to Hui Qinglan? This is a matter of territory. She can. Boom! The middle-aged man exploded, and a faint soul flew out and was absorbed into the holy sun ball by Jiang Changkong. The roots of the soul, stabilizing tree, spread and swallowed the soul. I was worried about who to attack first, and you came to me. Jiang Changkong snorted, and the holy sun ball began to shrink. Take care of the territory and continue to excavate the mine. Dig again? Another one? Su Hengji and Jiang Haixing were stunned. I'm not a fool. Not a single star crystal inside is broken. Dig it out quickly. I'll go find the Lin family. After saying that, Jiang Changkong rode the holy sun ball and soared into the sky. The god-governing art had already found the location of every star crystal. Although the palm strike caused a huge commotion, it did not affect a single star crystal. If they wanted to ride on his head, they had to be prepared to pay the price in blood. There were a total of 15 families. After Jiang Changkong returned, there was no movement from these 15 families. However, after he went into seclusion for 2 days, these 15 families began to move again. Did they think that he did not dare to cause trouble and plan to swallow his anger? He had already figured out the Lin family's location. It was only 1,000 kilometers away from his territory. This distance was nothing for high-ranked cultivators. Jiang Changkong flew into the sky, not hiding at all. Along the way, the holy sun ball shone brightly, nourishing everything. The holy sun ball attracted the attention of many cultivators along the way. Some families, factions, and lords all rushed out. Jiang Changkong is finally moving. He's heading in the direction of the Lin family. Let's follow him. Let's see how talented the person that Hu Qinglan regards as an ally of 3 clans is. Several holy sun balls soared into the sky and followed closely behind Jiang Changkong, heading for the Lin family. Chapter 303. As the holy sun light ball passed, more and more warriors followed, all of whom were astral body warriors. Only 1 or 2 early-stage astral body warriors followed. After coming to the Void Realm, Jiang Changkong realized that there were as many high-level warriors as dogs. Without high-level strength, it would be difficult to move an inch there. Astral body warriors could barely survive there and were considered to be experts. Astral body warriors were considered mainstream. Astral body warriors were considered true experts, but they could not run amok. There were more experts among the Star Demon, and many relics could take the lives of astral body warriors. There was no need to talk about top-notch martial artists. That was another circle, a whole new world. The martial artists followed. They were all here to watch the show and also for future exchanges. If Jiang Changkong was afraid this time, they could try to bully him in the future. If Jiang Changkong could get back at them this time, they would be cautious in the future and would not easily offend him. That was how realistic it was. With strength, you could dominate and bully others. The distance of 3,000 miles was soon reached. The Lin family's territory was right in front of them, with buildings. Boundless astral power swept out, and the light of the holy sun shone, full of killing intent. Rumble. The earth shook, starlight shot into the sky, and a huge star array shone on the ground. One by one, warriors walked out of the building complex and stood in the star array, looking up at the holy sun in the sky. Lord Jiang, are you provoking us by coming to our Lin family with such a commotion? A middle-aged man stepped on the void. The astral power behind him was as vast as the sea, and blue stars floated in it. Below was the boundless star array. The holy sun dissipated, and Jiang Changkong appeared, his eyes shining like 2 holy suns. You are the lord of the Lin family, Lin Xinghai. Yes. I wonder what brings you here, Lord Jiang. The middle-aged man's expression was calm, as if he really did not know anything. The warriors who followed stopped far away, looked at the star array on the ground, and began to discuss. The Lin family is prepared. Didn't they say that Jiang Changkong is only an astral body? This Lin family has an early-stage astral body ancestor and star array. Their lineup is too big. What do you know? When Jiang Changkong arrived in the Void Realm, he defeated an early-stage star body star demon. Even if it's not him, he still has the 3 families and Hu Qinglan behind him. Jiang Changkong's eyes flickered. The Lin clan first stole my star crystals, and just now, they destroyed a large mine with a single palm. Lord Lin, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Where's my 3rd brother? What did you do to my 3rd brother? Below, a young man questioned angrily. Jiang Changkong raised his palm, and a pile of minced meat appeared. Take this and bury it. You, the young man was furious. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Xinghai raised his hand and stopped him. Lin Xinghai's eyes were cold. You killed my son and provoked my Lin clan. Even if Hui Qinglan and the others were here, they wouldn't be able to protect you. You talk too much nonsense. Jiang Chongkong coldly snorted. Monstrous soul energy fluctuated. I'll say it one more time. Give me back a large-sized Urvain and compensate me according to this list, and I'll spare your life. What a joke. Jiang Chongkong, you'll die here today. On the ground, the martial artists shouted and poured all their astral powers into the star formation. The giant star formation exploded. Azure light condensed into blades, and tornadoes were formed, killing everything in their way. Go to hell and ask for compensation, Lin Xinghai sneered. His aura surged as he absorbed the magnificent astral power of the star formation. A small planet dares to come here in person. This lineup is too kind for you. The Lin clan is extremely cautious. With the help of this star formation, all the members of the Lin clan share the same origin. Even a mid-stage star body cultivator wouldn't be able to defeat them. A martial artist in the distance said in fear. Flowers bloom with a thought and dreams come. Jiang Chongkong said indifferently and directly entered the formation. Within 100 miles, thousands of flowers bloomed, forming a sea of flowers. Buzz! A strange soul fluctuation spread over 100 miles. Whirlwind and clouds! Lin Xinghai shouted angrily. The azure star fell, and its target was his clansmen. Kill! The members of the Lin clan roared and controlled the star formation to attack Lin Xinghai. Rumble! The star fell, and the star formation exploded. The weaker members of the Lin clan were directly turned into ashes. Several star body cultivators and star embryo cultivators had countless sword wounds on their bodies. I've underestimated you. You actually managed to survive my attack. Lin Xinghai's expression was cold. He used his killing move again. So powerful. Patriarch, let's attack together and kill Jiang Chongkong. The members of the Lin clan surrounded a peak star body cultivator and said viciously, Don't worry. I will kill him with my next move. Everyone help me. The peak star body cultivator shouted angrily. He absorbed the power of the star formation and attacked Lin Xinghai again. What exactly is going on? Are the Lin clan crazy? They're ignoring Jiang Chongkong and are actually killing each other? What's going on with that sea of flowers? In the distance, the martial artists who were watching the battle all looked at this scene in horror. They felt that the Lin clan had gone crazy. They actually ignored Jiang Chongkong in the sky and fought with each other. Who can tell the difference? Hua, Tianrui, thank you very much. Jiang Chongkong was in the sea of flowers. A golden flower bloomed in his hand, and a rich fragrance spread throughout the battlefield. The Lin clan members couldn't resist Lin Xinghai's attack at all. The star formation collapsed, the star body cultivator cracked, and the star embryo cultivator turned into minced meat. Blood spilled, and the beautiful flower became more and more demonic. Rumble! With the death of the last star body cultivator, the star formation completely collapsed. Lin Xinghai sneered. This is the result of provoking the Lin clan. The spectators were speechless. He had gone completely crazy. Provoking the Lin clan, you killed your own family members. Are you trying to scare me to death? Lord Lin is really powerful. I admire you. The flowers trembled. Jiang Chongkong said indifferently. Lin Xinghai's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with a cold light. You were already dead. How can you still be alive? Jiang Chongkong looked indifferent. He pointed to the ground and said, Lord Lin is so cruel. You can even kill your own people. This is impossible, this is impossible. Lin Xinghai looked down in fear. Why? He had killed Jiang Chongkong. Why was it a member of the Lin clan? It's you. It's you. Lin Xinghai was furious. His star power surged, and the green star rose again. Pay for the lives of my Lin clan members. This sea of flowers is a funeral for the Lin clan. Jiang Changkong said indifferently. The flowers withered, revealing the aura of death. Lin Xinghai's star power paused, and the green star stopped 100 meters away from Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong, don't try to trick me again. This is my territory. If I attack, I will destroy the Lin clan. Jiang Changkong, the martial artists in the distance, you're crazy. That's the real Jiang Changkong. Roar! Lin Xinghai roared, and the star flew directly toward the Lin clan's territory. Brothers, I'm sorry. Only your side is safe. The martial artists. Then can't you throw more accurately? That's the Lin clan's buildings. Rumble. The green star fell, and the buildings in the Lin clan's territory collapsed. The star array shattered. Panic, fear, anger, hatred, and all kinds of screams could be heard. Jiang Changkong, you will die a horrible death. Jiang Changkong is attacking. Chapter 304. Countless souls were also turned into dust by the astral power. Jiang Changkong only left the souls of the high-level martial artists to feed the soul-stabilizing tree. The martial artists watched in horror. Lin Xinghai had completely gone mad. He kept attacking the buildings of the Lin family. He was going to destroy the Lin family with his own hands. Jiang Changkong, you're dead for sure. I'm going to grind your bones into ashes. Jiang Changkong, I'll make you pay even if I have to sacrifice my life. The conversation between Lin Xinghai and the Lin family made the martial artists fall silent. It was too strange. Jiang Changkong had been standing aside the whole time, and Lin Xinghai had destroyed the Lin family. These people all thought that the other party was Jiang Changkong, and they fought with everything they had. However, this was not a battle between cultivators of the same level. It was a one-sided battle. Lin Xinghai, the early-stage starry body warrior, had crushed everything in the Lin family and himself. The buildings collapsed, the territory was destroyed, and the atmosphere of death enveloped the Lin family. The 100 miles of flowers had buried the entire Lin family. When the last person died, Lin Xinghai finally came to his senses. He spat out a mouthful of blood when he saw this. He was furious, extremely furious. He had destroyed the Lin family. Jiang Changkong, go to hell! A low, crazy roar, a hysterical roar. Lin Xinghai unleashed all his astral power and charged at Jiang Changkong. He would not stop this time because the Lin family was gone. I don't like to kill too much. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Jiang Changkong sighed and used the spirit-controlling art. Everything stopped. Lin Xinghai's body stiffened in the air. Boom! His body exploded, and a faint figure appeared, which was suppressed by Jiang Changkong's palm. Soul, Jiang Changkong, this is a soul martial art. The starry body warriors in the distance exclaimed. They finally understood why Lin Xinghai and the Lin family would go crazy. Everything was a soul martial art. They had all entered an illusion. In the eyes of the Lin family, Lin Xinghai was Jiang Changkong. In Lin Xinghai's opinion, the Lin family was Jiang Changkong. As for the real Jiang Changkong, he didn't move at all. He just watched from the side. Thinking of this, all the martial artists felt their hair stand on end. If Jiang Changkong did this to them, then they would never be able to leave. This place is surnamed Jiang. Jiang Changkong's expression was calm. My people will come over later. I hope you won't have any ill intentions. No, we won't. Lord Jiang, don't worry. We'll help you keep an eye on it. Whoever dares to have any ideas about it will be making life difficult for us. The martial artists hurriedly spoke up. The strongest among them was only at the middle heavenly body stage, just like Lin Xinghai. Even Lin Xinghai was easily toyed to death. If it were them, they would not be any better off than Lin Xinghai. Jiang Changkong took Lin Xinghai's spatial equipment and flew away. His target was a second-rate force, the Ma family. A few early-stage heavenly body cultivators looked at each other and instructed You guys stay here. We'll go over and take a look. Jiang Changkong flew in the air and turned into a holy sun light ball again. Everywhere he passed, the holy sun's light shone. It caused a huge commotion. He didn't think of hiding. He wanted to go over openly and tell everyone that he, Jiang Changkong, had come. Along the way, more martial artists came out and joined the ranks of the group. The Lin family didn't stop him. An early stage, heavenly body cultivator asked, "The Lin family has already been annihilated. Other than those who are not in the territory, no one is alive." The early stage, heavenly body cultivator sighed. The early stage, heavenly body cultivator was stunned. So ruthless. He wants to annihilate the entire family just for snatching a few star crystals? I heard that a large or vein was destroyed. If it were me, I would also be furious. This time no one spoke. A large or vein was also a treasure to them. If they could dig out some more 9th grade star crystals, they might be able to advance further. A large or vein was too important to them. As they spoke, Jiang Changkong's figure stopped. The star array in front of him opened, and 10 martial artists stood in the star array, floating in the air. Below them, there was a group of martial artists. 8 second-rate forces and 2 early-stage, heavenly body cultivators. Very good. It saved me a lot of trouble. Jiang Changkong's figure appeared, standing with his hands behind his back. The leaders of the second-rate forces were all present. The Lin family of the first-rate forces had already been annihilated. There were 6 other forces, and 2 had appeared here. It seemed that this group of people had already received the news and wanted to kill him here. Lord Jiang, it's all a misunderstanding. We have no intention of becoming enemies with you. The 2 early-stage heavenly body cultivators cupped their hands and said, "We are willing to return the star crystals. Please stop." "Okay," Jiang Changkong said calmly and took out a list. "The Ma family seized my territory, 13,000 top grade, 7th grade star crystals. Lower rank 8 star crystals, 5,610 pieces. The Lu clan stole my star crystals, 14,000 pieces of lower grade 7th star crystals, 40,090 pieces of lower grade 8 star crystals. Lord Jiang, this amount is wrong." The expressions of the 10 martial artists changed. "Do you have so much territory? You added a 0 at the end, didn't you?" The martial artists who followed from afar were shocked by Jiang Changkong's words. A second-rate force had seized so much? How much did a first-rate force have to seize? "You too. I haven't said anything yet." Jiang Changkong said calmly, "I don't care about the quality of the 8th grade star crystals. Each of you will take 100,000 star crystals from a small or vein in my territory. Lord Jiang, we intend to reconcile. You're obviously asking for too much." The 10 martial artists' expressions turned ugly. Jiang Changkong's mouth was like a train, spewing out all sorts of nonsense. "Your territory has only been developed for half a month. Has the total output reached 100,000 star crystals? Each of us robbed 100,000 star crystals from you? Is your territory full of star crystals?" Jiang Changkong's expression was calm. "Lin Xinghai isn't willing to return the large or vein that he destroyed. It seems that you guys are the same." The 10 martial artists were speechless. "Large scale or vein, damn it, you really dare to ask for it. You said that we will take away a small or vein. Are you being polite?" This Jiang Changkong, the martial artists in the distance, opened their mouths. How ruthless! He probably didn't just add a 0 at the end, but also increased it by several times, right? "Lord Jiang, you have no sincerity in reconciling with us." The expressions of the 10 martial artists darkened. "I'm already very merciful. I even gave you guys a chance." Jiang Changkong sighed softly and stepped into the star array. Within 100 miles, tens of thousands of flowers bloomed. "Everyone, enter the dream." "Be careful. This is a soul martial art." The 2 astral martial artists' expressions turned serious. They swallowed a gray medicinal herb and a tyrannical soul energy fluctuation appeared on the surface of their bodies. Interesting. Unfortunately, you guys can't guard against it. Jiang Changkong said calmly. Tens of thousands of flowers competed with each other, and the fragrance of the flowers was pleasant. Kill! With a shout, the 8 astral martial artists attacked the 2 early-stage astral martial artists at the same time. The 2 astral martial artists' expressions turned cold. Their vision blurred, but they didn't dodge and let the attacks hit them. It's my fault! With a sigh, one of the astral martial artists turned his long sword upside down and pierced through his body. Suicide? The martial artists watching the battle were even more horrified. Astral power fluctuated on their bodies, and the surrounding stars were dazzling. He's also a person with a story. Jiang Changkong sighed softly. Astral power gathered in his palm, and one soul after another left his body and flew into his palm, forcibly extracting souls. I'm afraid his soul martial art attainment has reached the mid-stage of the astral body realm. Jiang Changkong has practiced a lot of martial arts. The peak of the astral body realm is probably just a martial art to confuse others. That should be the case. When he first entered the void realm, he had killed 3 peak astral body warriors and several astral body warriors. The martial artists whispered, and their evaluation of Jiang Changkong's danger increased to another level. Chapter 305. Thousands of colorful flowers emitted a strong fragrance, as if they were real flowers. The fluctuations of the soul made everything seem real. Jiang Changkong's expression was indifferent. There was only one star form warrior left, and the other star form warriors were fighting each other. The star form warrior didn't last long, and only his lifeless body was left. The last star form warrior didn't wake up and was still trapped in an illusion. The soul reigning art silently seeped into the warrior's body along with the fragrance of the flowers. An illusory soul flew out of the warrior's body stiffly and flew towards Jiang Changkong. He raised his hand, and the soul shrank and was held in his hand. After collecting their spatial equipment, Jiang Changkong turned into the sacred sun again and rushed to the next house. Jiang Changkong will wait for you here in the 100th territory of the offshore island. A cold voice came from a building in the distance. So it's the offshore island. Jiang Changkong chuckled as he changed his direction and soared into the sky. The offshore island was in another direction. This was the left side of the territory, and the offshore island was on the right. He didn't directly attack the mid-stage star form warrior, fearing that the other forces would be scared away. From the looks of it, this group of people had gathered together. He could kill all of them at once. The sacred sun shot through the air again. The star form warriors didn't chase after him. The star form warriors all followed. They wanted to know the final result of the battle. They wanted to know if Jiang Changkong could defeat the mid-stage star form warrior. The waves surged into the heavens, the azure seawater rolling up, great waves. In the land beyond the sea, wind and sand gathered, complementing the seawater. The star array had already been activated. 4 star form warriors sat cross-legged in it, and behind them were a dozen star form warriors. The star form warriors were scattered in 4 directions, pouring star power into the star array to increase its power. In addition to them, there were also many light balls floating around with strong star power fluctuations. They were all star form warriors. The sacred sun descended and stopped outside the star array. Jiang Changkong flew in the air and said indifferently, "Well prepared. Lord Jiang, we can forget about the previous unpleasantness as long as you stop now." The middle stage heavenly body cultivator stood up, his expression indifferent. "The Outer Seas Island will treat you as an honored guest in the future." Jiang Changkong folded his hands behind his back. "I won't make things difficult for you if you compensate me according to the list." "Your list is too much." The star body, intermediate stage warrior's expression darkened. The other 3 star body intermediate stage warriors also stood up. A vast sea of star power manifested, and stars floated up and down. The light balls watching the battle also shook violently. Jiang Changkong's list was not a normal list at all. He didn't know how many times it had been doubled and how many zeros had been added. Some of the second-rate factions had only snatched a few hundred pieces, but Jiang Changkong had snatched more than 10,000 pieces right off the bat. How many star crystals could each family get if it was divided among the 15 families? You'll pay whatever I say, and we'll call it quits. Jiang Changkong's expression was ice cold. Do you think it's so easy to snatch my things? Even if it was just a piece, without his permission, no one could take it away. Jiang Changkong, are you going to become enemies with the outer islands? The 4 star-body intermediate stage warriors released their starlight, like a sky full of stars hanging above the sea. I won't take the initiative to provoke enemies, but I'm not afraid of any enemies either. Jiang Changkong's expression was cold. Today I'll set the rules. Whoever wants to get involved in this mess, come forward. He still had 230 green beads and 3 10th-grade star crystals. This would definitely make the 3 families and Huqinglan take action. Plus, they were still thinking about the treasures of the Battle Palace. He dared to kill as many people as they came out today. Even late-stage star-body intermediate stage and peak star-body intermediate stage warriors would be tempted by 10th-grade star crystals and treasures. The floating light balls, an azure light ball, and a transparent water ball shook at the same time. The Feng Tingyu family and the Hai Tianhe family will not participate in this matter. They were in the wrong first. Lord Zhang's territory is also considered an outer island area. It's a member of the outer islands. The light balls didn't plan to participate in this battle. However, this also determined this matter to be an internal matter of the outer islands. Ordinary provinces and major provinces shouldn't even think about getting involved. They would close their doors and fight on their own. It was a perfect way for Jiang Changkong to invite helpers to fight the enemy. The 4 star-body intermediate stage warriors smiled. These words were already helping them. Without the 3 families and Huqinglan, they really weren't afraid of Jiang Changkong. Even if Jiang Changkong's soul power was very strange, the cultivators behind him didn't say anything. They floated on the side and watched the battle. Lord Jiang, enter the array. The mid-stage star-body intermediate stage warriors' astral power vibrated, creating endless waves. The other 3 star bodies also fluctuated their astral power, but they weren't affected by the astral power at all. Just as Jiang Changkong was about to enter the array, a rough voice sounded. Wait! A huge blazing sun descended from the sky, and a horrifying heat swept out. The immense pressure caused all the cultivators present to feel apprehensive. Buzz! Then a full moon flew over. The terrifying pressure was like a mountain strengthening everyone's body. That wasn't the end of it. A huge scarlet star came from afar. The earth cracked, and a scarlet light flashed, covering 1,000 miles. The Nan clan, the Tong clan, and the Radiant Light Chamber of Commerce are trying to start a war between the 2 regions. The late-stage, star-body, intermediate stage, cultivators of our outer islands are about to make a breakthrough. These 3 were all late-stage, star-body, intermediate-stage cultivators. Don't worry, everyone. We're not here to help Changkong. We're just here to give him the things he entrusted us with. A rough voice came from the blazing sun. A long saber emitting a scorching aura flew out and landed next to Jiang Changkong. A long saber also flew out from the bright moon, exuding a terrifying cold aura. A scarlet light ball and a gray sword that emitted intense soul energy flew out. What do you mean by this? The 4 star-body intermediate stage warriors in the array shouted. You can't do it, so you're using another method to help? The 3 weapons were all mid-grade 9 weapons. Changkong entrusted the 3 of us to forge weapons. Now that the weapons are finished, we're just returning them. A cold voice came from the bright moon. If you're not satisfied, you can come and reason with the three of us. Jiang Chongkong accepted the weapons. They were suitable for him, just like his own. The three of them were very considerate. Of course, he wouldn't be stupid enough to undermine them. He said indifferently, I obtained some good stuff not long ago. I'll talk to you after I kill them. Go. With us here, no one can bully you. The three light balls vibrated violently. They retracted their majestic pressure and floated quietly to the side. The cultivators in the surroundings turned pale. They were clearly here to support Jiang Chongkong. Judging from this lineup, there were 3 late-stage, star-body, intermediate-stage cultivators. Were they planning to take Jiang Chongkong away when he was in danger? Holding the soul sword, Jiang Chongkong's aura instantly grew a bit stronger, which would be a significant boost to him. The moon saber and the sun saber. If he gave one to him and the other to Jiang Changyue, both of them would greatly enhance his strength. Jiang Changyue didn't come. The bright moon ball said through voice transmission, Those two are friends. If there's danger this time, they'll definitely show up. Let's continue watching, the bright sun ball said. The sun ball transmitted its voice over. There was another possibility, and that was that Jiang Chongkong could settle this by himself. At this time, Jiang Chongkong finally entered the array. Chapter 306. Boom! The sky was full of starlight, as if there were countless stars. Under his feet was a blue sea that looked like a boundless starry sky. The space was enlarged, and the starlight turned into a sky full of stars, turning this place into a starry sky. Every beam of starlight was a star. Jiang Chongkong used the soul-controlling art, but he couldn't see the end of it. Moreover, there was a faint, suppressive force. Once you enter this array, you won't be able to leave even if you have a powerful soul. The 4 star warriors' voices were like muffled thunder, and their figures were fading. The star form warriors were also disappearing. The stars shook and intertwined with starlight. Rays of star power gathered into lightning and shot over. HM? A soul star array? Jiang Chongkong waved his hand and destroyed the star power lightning. It's equivalent to the early stage star form. Not bad. Jiang Chongkong, your soul martial arts are useless here. The mid-stage star warrior's voice resounded in the boundless starry sky. Their figures had already disappeared, leaving only the boundless starry sky and the stars. Even outside, everyone could only see a part of the starry sky, and Jiang Chongkong was at the center of it. We can't see through this soul array. If it's controlled by a late-stage star form, we won't be a match for it either. A cold female voice came from the bright moon. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. They actually have this kind of array? How terrifying! Even a late-stage star form said so, which showed how powerful the star array was. They would definitely die if they went in. Unfortunately, the person who set up the array is weak. We can easily crush him. A disdainful voice came from the scorching sun. Jiang Chongkong is only a star form. No matter how powerful he is, he can't resist this kind of star array. I'm afraid he's in danger this time. A serious voice came from the scarlet light ball. At this moment, the star array was shaking. The sky was full of starlight and endless star power lightning. Jiang Chongkong, I'll give you one last chance. In the future, give us 70% of the star crystals, and you can live. A voice came from the starry sky again. 70%. Jiang Chongkong sneered. The Union wanted 10%, and they wanted 70%. What would he have left? They wouldn't have dared to talk to him like this before they entered the array. Do you really think you've got me? Jiang Chongkong's expression turned even colder. The star power of the soul reigning art vibrated violently. The soul sword flew out, carrying with it a monstrous amount of soul power. It started to draw in the void. Useless struggle. In the starry sky, a cold voice resounded, and the sky, filled with lightning, once again descended. Jiang Chongkong controlled the soul sword. Every time the sword landed, the starlight and lightning would shatter. Above the starry sky, a special pattern would appear. As the lines appeared, hundreds of flowers bloomed, releasing a dense fragrance. It's useless, although your soul martial art is strange. It can't break this star array. In the void, a prideful voice came. Let me tell you, this is an incomplete peak grade killing formation, the peak of Star Path. Star Path level killing array? No wonder we couldn't tell. The expressions of the late heavenly body experts of the 3 clans turned grim. Why do they have a peak rank 10 incomplete killing formation? The surrounding cultivators exclaimed in shock. A peak killing array. If it was an incomplete inferior grade rank 10 killing array, they could accept it. However, when a peak rank 10 killing array was activated, even if it was incomplete, there was an 80% chance that a peak star body cultivator would die inside. Although they weren't strong and this killing array was incomplete, it was enough to kill a mid-stage star body cultivator. Ordinary late-stage star bodies wouldn't be able to escape in a short time without some tricks. Everyone entered the dreamland. The soul sword trembled, then suddenly exploded, turning into pure energy and fusing into the array. A mid-grade, rank 9 soul sword, he actually shattered it? The cultivators outside watched this scene with heartache. This was a mid-grade, rank 9 soul sword. Most of them were early-stage star bodies, and only a few were mid-stage star bodies. How could they not feel heartache? What a wastrel! Even the 3 late-stage star bodies and the 3 top forces felt heartache at this moment. Even for them, there was a limit to how many 9th grade weapons they could break. It's useless. You're just wasting a mid-grade, rank 9 weapon. The 4 cultivators who set up the array also felt heartache at this moment. This wastrel really dared to be a wastrel. Jiang Changkong stood at the center of the star array and said softly, I want this star to blossom with hundreds of flowers. Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking, the star array rotated and expanded rapidly. Everywhere it passed, the star array blossomed beautifully. What's going on? Shocked voices could be heard. Something unforeseen had happened again. I want this starry river to blossom with strange flowers. A misty voice could be heard. In the mysterious star array, there seemed to be a woman standing behind Jiang Changkong, watching everything. The endless starry sky formed a starry river, and many strange flowers bloomed. A strong floral fragrance wafted to every corner of the starry sky. The soul star array was still expanding until it reached every corner of the starry sky. Is this also a soul-killing array? The cultivators outside were all shocked. Moreover, other than the complete star path killing array, only the incomplete star saint killing array could suppress the starry sky killing array, or even stronger. At this time, Jiang Changkong sat cross-legged, and his soul left his body. That's his soul. No, look at the side of his soul. A woman. Hiss. Is Jiang Changkong a woman? Jiang Changkong's soul trembled. The floral fragrance gathered beside him, and a strange woman spoke softly with him. I want the entire starry sky to blossom for me. Boom! As soon as she finished speaking, countless flowers bloomed in the entire starry sky. The killing array was crisscrossing, and the starry sky shook. Above the star array, hundreds of flowers bloomed. The star array flickered, and the soul power fluctuated violently. Rumble! Endless stars exploded, and the boundless starry sky turned into a strange flower, a blooming flower. It was like a gorgeous and charming firework. The star array dissipated, and the array patterns were broken. Next to Jiang Changkong, the strange woman stood quietly. Flower Sea Queen, Hua Tianrui. Although the star array was incomplete, it gathered the image of Hua Tianrui. Of course, it was not real, but just formed by the array. The star array was broken. Although the gorgeous firework was charming, it was short-lived. Everything around it dissipated, and Hua Tianrui also disappeared. Clatter! The sea waves surged, and a dozen figures fell and sank to the bottom of the sea. Only one person was weak, looking at Jiang Changkong in fear. Starlight fluctuated, and azure star power swayed. Why? Why can't this 10th grade killing array kill you? If it was a complete killing array, I would not have been able to break even a low-grade 10th grade weapon, let alone a top-grade 10th grade one. Jiang Changkong's expression was calm, and he flew to the opponent. But it's incomplete, and I gave you a mid-grade 9th grade weapon. You deserve to be defeated. Close God killing array. Although it was incomplete, its power was still amazing. In the Sea of Flowers, Hua Tianrui didn't have much strength, but she could injure Jin Guangshuan and kill 6 star form cultivators. If she wanted to focus on Jin Guangshuan instead of dealing with him, she could definitely kill Jin Guangshuan. And he could use this incomplete killing array to kill a mid-stage star form cultivator. With the help of the 9th grade weapon, his strength was even stronger. He couldn't kill a late-stage star form cultivator, but he could trap them for a while. If it was an upper-grade 9th grade weapon, he was confident that he could fight against a late-stage star form cultivator. If it was a top-grade 9th grade soul weapon, he could try to fight against a late-stage star form cultivator. It wasn't that the power of the killing array was weak, but the strength of the person who opened the killing array was limited. Chapter 307. Bear with it. A torrential soul energy rushed into the star realm cultivator's body. As soon as the formation was broken, the others were all dead, and the person in front of them was extremely weak. Boom! The soul energy drowned the opponent and captured his soul by force. Boom! In the distance, a sharp aura suddenly rose in the sky, and a golden star tore through the air and flew over. Jiang Changkong, you've gone too far. The 3 late-stage star realm cultivators attacked at the same time. Sheng Jin's man, you're the one who's gone too far. Boom! In the first confrontation, for kinds of astral powers collided. The sharp astral power actually suppressed the 3. A peak star realm cultivator. What? You're willing to let Jiang Changkong kill people on the outer islands? A cold voice came from the golden star. I'll make the decision for you. Take this opportunity to kill Jiang Changkong. The light ball vibrated, and the astral power circulated. Jiang Changkong was also exhausted. Although he had broken the formation, he was only unharmed. His astral power was less than 10%. This was the best time to kill him. However, no one made a move. No matter how nice Sheng Jin's words sounded, they wouldn't be tempted. Once the 3 forces got back at them, they wouldn't have a good time. You're less courageous than a mouse. Sheng Jin's astral force was vigorous, forcing the 3 of them back. Then let me kill him myself. Jin Tianqin, you've crossed the line. A green light swept over and turned into countless vines, blocking the golden light ball. Hua Qinglan's body glowed with green light as she flew over. Officer Hua, the golden light ball vibrated. Jin Tianqin's voice was cold. The Federation seems to have a rule not to interfere in our fights. We won't interfere for no reason. This is a matter of the outer islands, and Changkong is also a member. Hua Qinglan's expression turned cold. Even if I'm here as a friend, don't you dare touch him. Boundless green astral light formed an ancient tree. A mid-stage star realm cultivator threatened a peak star realm cultivator. The strange thing was that not a single person present sneered. Instead, they were all silent. I'll give you face today. Jin Tianqin's ball of light spun and left this place. Jiang Changkong put away his space equipment and cupped his hands. Thank you for your help. Please follow me to my territory for tea. There's no need to drink tea. There's no need to stand on ceremony between us. Hua Qinglan smiled faintly. The 3 balls of light trembled slightly. That's right. There's no need to be so polite between us. All right then, but a few days ago I really obtained some good stuff. Jiang Chongkong shrugged and said, Since you're not interested, then forget it. I suddenly miss your tea. Take care of it, we'll go over now. The four said at the same time. The surrounding martial artists, everyone, the territories of these clans belong to me. Do you have any objections? Jiang Chongkong looked around and cupped his hands. Lord Jiang obtained it with his own strength. Naturally, we have no objections. Everyone laughed. Hi Tianhe, Feng Tingyu, why don't you join me for a cup of tea? Jiang Chongkong invited. All right, after years of seclusion, it's time to move around. The two balls of light vibrated. Jiang Chongkong turned into a sacred sun and brought them back to the territory. As for the other forces, he was not familiar with them, so he did not bring them for tea. Jiang Chongkong informed Professor Yun and asked him to send people to prepare to take over the new territories and industries. As for the Federation, Hu Qinglan was there. The Federation did not care who was in charge of the territory, as long as they handed over 10% of the profits. When he brought them back to the territory, Professor Yun and the others were standing outside the territory and looking at him speechlessly. There were only a few people in the territory making tea. What's wrong with you guys? Jiang Chongkong was slightly shocked. You've taken over so many territories at once. Where are we going to get people? Professor Yun was helpless. Their territory only had a few thousand people, and it was not enough to develop their own territory. Now, there were 15 more industries. They could not eat it at all. What about the Jiang family? Jiang Chongkong pondered. Jiang Zhuqiao has gone personally. The Jiang family has done everything they can. Professor Yin said indifferently, Chongkong, it's not a good thing that your territory is too big. Hu Qinglan said with a smile. He had not even taken over his territory, but this guy had already started to expand crazily. Jiang Chongkong shrugged. I only wanted to add a 0, but who knew that they would not even give me this bit of star crystals? Adding a 0 with the strength of these families, they could definitely afford it. However, they were reluctant to do so and would rather fight. In that case, Jiang Chongkong could only send them down to meet their ancestors. As they spoke, the group of people had already entered the territory, and someone brought tea. The 6 of them took their seats, one after another. The Nan family martial artist said with a smile, You invited us for tea because you want us to help you develop, right? That's right, I have this idea. Jiang Chongkong admitted straightforwardly. If he wanted to get all the star crystals of the 15 families in a short time, he had to ask them for help. The Feng family martial artist looked cold. How much are you willing to give? There was a price to pay for helping. Even if he had to give them weapons this time, Jiang Chongkong had to return the favor. Even if he couldn't return it now, he would have to return it in the future. There was no such thing as selfless help in this world. Jiang Chongkong smiled lightly. I won't give you 10%. The expressions of the 6 people changed at the same time, including Hu Qinglan. Chongkong, don't talk nonsense. I don't need it, but the people of his family also need to eat and drink. The Hai Tianhe family and the Feng Tingyu family were the same. They could help for free, but their subordinates also needed to eat and drink. They couldn't do it for free. Don't worry, everyone. Jiang Chongkong flipped his hand and a green bead appeared. This thing is enough for your salary. This is a low-grade, 10th grade treasure? Hu Qinglan's eyes narrowed. It was a wood elemental treasure, which was very suitable for her. Low-grade, 10th grade? The others' breathing became rapid. This was a top treasure. They wondered if there was something wrong with Jiang Chongkong's brain. Most of the 15 families' treasures were in the spatial equipment of those martial artists. Almost all of them had been taken by Jiang Chongkong. Even the minds that hadn't been developed couldn't be taken out in a short time. Therefore, they couldn't get much if they really divided it. But now Jiang Chongkong took out a low-grade, 10th grade treasure and gave it to them. There must be something wrong with his brain. Jiang Chongkong smiled faintly. Do you think this can be used as salary? This bead only cost 10,000 essence, energy, and spirit. No matter what, the share would be more than 10,000 or 20,000. He was not stupid. Of course, he knew what to choose. Don't talk about salary. This bead and the weapon I gave you, I don't want it either. The three families said at the same time. But how many of these things do you have? Not many. 2 for each of us. 1 for Qinglan and the other 2. It's just enough. Jiang Chongkong waved his hand and took out 9 green beads. He didn't give them the 3 star crystals. In comparison, he had less star crystals. He still had more than 200 fertilizers. Chongkong really has a lot of them. Hui Qinglan took 1. Even if this one can't help me reach the late-stage star realm, it can help me reach the peak of the mid-stage star realm. She was a wood elemental martial artist. This bead was very suitable for her. She even wanted the rest. However, the other families definitely wouldn't let it go. The 3 families put away the beads and stared at him with burning eyes. Only 9. If it weren't for our friendship and alliance, I wouldn't have taken them out. Jiang Chongkong shook his head and said, Chapter 308. The 3 families left. They had to go back and gather people to help. As for the other 2 families, Hai Hongjin from the Hai family was in the early stage of the star body realm. Feng Tingyu's family was in the middle stage of the star body realm. Hua Qinglan was not in a hurry to leave. She sipped her tea and asked, How's the preparation for the reclamation team? Isn't there more than a month? We haven't decided on the candidates yet. Jiang Chongkong pondered and said, Jiang Zhiqiao is one. I don't know anyone. Don't be unable to even join the reclamation team. Hui Qinglan frowned slightly. Fine, I'll help you find a few people. We'll see. Jiang Chongkong flipped his palm and took out a green bead. I saved one for you. I knew you still have a conscience. Hua Qinglan accepted the bead and said in satisfaction, Where did you get this? I went to a relic some time ago. I don't have any left this time. Jiang Chongkong sighed softly. Hua Qinglan chuckled with a look of disbelief, but she did not expose him and continued. Why did you ask about Gu Yanyu and Qiu Yin? I'm just curious. Jiang Chongkong would not say it out loud. He had not found the treasure yet. Moreover, he had not figured out Gu Yanyu and Qiu Yin's background. He would talk about it after everything was clear. His current strength was not enough to fight for the treasure. He hoped that the wealth of these dozen families would allow him to make a huge leap. After digesting his gains this time, he should go to the Moon Broken Sword. He had not gone before because he was not strong enough. The Battle Palace was dangerous enough. If it was really the Moon Palace and there were over 100 corpses, he could only pray that the tricolored stone bead could protect him. Thinking of this, Jiang Chongkong said, Can you find me a mid-grade, 9th grade soul weapon? The incomplete near-god killing formation was his killing move now. It would not be a problem to kill someone at the peak of the middle stage of the starbody realm, provided that he had enough weapons. You were a cabbage back then. Can potions do it? Hui Qinglan rolled her eyes. Even for her, it would be difficult for her to get her hands on a 9th grade, middle grade weapon with a soul attribute. When the time came, the 3 families could get more, but the 3 families had already left. Sure, it's best if you can get a few more bottles, Jiang Chongkong said. I can get you 1 bottle, but how many bottles? Hua Qinglan was in a difficult position. Jiang Chongkong sighed and took out another green bead. Hui Qinglan pursed her lips. You don't have it anymore, do you? I flipped through it just now and found that there's still 1 more. Jiang Chongkong's expression was solemn. It's really the last one. You. Hui Qinglan shook her head and stood up. All right, wait for my news. I'll make a trip first. Wait a minute. Help me check another place. Don't let your men go there. Just make sure of the situation there. Hui Qinglan froze. Ruins? I'm not sure. Jiang Changkong tapped his fingertips on the table and sent a message to Professor Yin. I'm going into seclusion. Let me know when you're done with the star crystals. Population problem? Professor Yin walked in and said faintly, My men can't just dig and process star crystals all the time. They still had to do research, concoct all kinds of drugs, build all kinds of instruments and weapons. But after coming to the territory, they were doing what others were supposed to do. The corner of Jiang Changkong's mouth twitched. Teacher, please be considerate. A few families have already agreed to help. In the future, I'll form an alliance with a few families to get more manpower. This is just a temporary predicament. Professor Yun nodded slowly. Don't be too anxious. I know you want to improve, but it's not something that can be done overnight. Teacher, I understand. Jiang Changkong stood up and pondered. Population problem. Can we use people from 15 families? You killed their patriarchs. What do you think? Professor Yun sighed softly. It's impossible to use them, but the Immortal Palace can. Immortal Palace? Jiang Changkong was slightly startled. Yes, as long as they are in the early astral body stage and below, let Lin Nanfeng recruit people. We can control them. We haven't gained a firm foothold in the Void Realm yet. It's difficult to recruit people. We can only let the Immortal Palace give us people. Professor Yin looked calm. The Immortal Palace has been watching us for a long time. We can use this to our advantage. When we have time, we can eliminate them one by one. I'll leave this matter to you. I'll go out for a while. Jiang Changkong thought about it and said, I'll ask Lin Nanfeng to recruit people now. Professor Yun nodded. After the territory is settled, Wang Ruiqing will deal with his matters. He told me to look for me if there's any problem. Jiang Changkong smiled slightly. Teacher, if there's nothing else, I'll go into seclusion. Professor Yun nodded and turned to leave. Jiang Changkong contacted Lin Nanfeng and asked him to find a way to recruit people. As for himself, he entered the secret chamber to go into seclusion. The killing formation this time gave him a deeper understanding of star formations. A star formation of the same rank would not be of much help to him. However, he could learn stronger ones in advance, such as a high-rank star formation diagram. If he used a high-rank power pattern star formation, his strength would also increase to another level. He could not upgrade it due to insufficient strength, but he could learn and use it. Stellar rank power pattern star formations, ranging from the low rank 9 to the top rank, were all in his mind. The star formations were more complex and more powerful. With his current strength, he could transform all 8 martial arts into the Golden Body Star power. Coupled with the Golden Body Secret technique, his strength might not be weaker than the spirit governing art. Blood, qi, circulated and outlined a star formation. With his current strength, it would not be a problem to build a mid-rank 9-star formation. He wanted to try a high-rank one. While Jiang Changkong was in seclusion, the 5 forces had already sent people to help develop the mineral veins. His request was very simple. He wanted to dig out all the star crystals that could be dug out in the shortest time possible. It would be very difficult for Jiang Changkong to control all of these 15 territories. He could only make a fortune first. In the secret room, Jiang Changkong continued to build a power pattern star formation. Jiang Changkong activated his golden body technique and barely completed the construction of a high-rank 9-star formation. However, in terms of power, it was still a bit worse than the incomplete God Killer Array. If he could complete his golden body technique, its power would increase a bit. Moreover, because he was not familiar with it, Jiang Changkong would not be able to maintain it for long before it collapsed. Jiang Changkong tried to build a top-rank 9-star formation, but he could only build half of it. If he persisted any longer, it would collapse. In this way, Jiang Changkong continued to study and construct the high-rank 9 power pattern star formation. Since upgrading his ability couldn't help, he could only practice it. Time passed little by little until 10 days later. In the secret room, Professor Yun's voice sounded. Lord, the star crystals have been processed. I have asked Su Hingji to send them to you. Buzz. The high-rank 9 star formation that had just been constructed dissipated. Jiang Changkong sighed a little. In the past 10 days, he had only become proficient in 3 high-rank power pattern star formations. But the power was not enough to satisfy him. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He was not strong enough. He first looked at the star crystals and digested the harvest this time. Opening the door of the secret room, Su Hengji was standing respectfully outside the door. Lord, this is all the harvest this time. The 4 bottles of potions sent by Hu Qinglan and the information you wanted are also inside. Well, this is my comprehension after stepping into the high level. In the future, if there are star crystals, take a few of the same attribute and use them. Jiang Changkong put away the space equipment, pointed a finger. An array of light submerged into Su Hengji's forehead. Thank you, Lord, Su Hengji said excitedly. After working for Jiang Changkong for so long, he finally got some benefits. Although the Su clan strength had grown significantly with Jiang Changkong's support, the high-grade comprehension was even more exciting. I, Su Hengji, also want to step into the high level. Jiang Changkong asked him to step back and checked the star crystals. These star crystals were all sorted and counted. Chapter 309. 7th grade inferior star crystals. 489,000. Mid-grade, 296,000. High grade, 245,000. Top grade, 168,000. 8th grade inferior, 113,500. Mid-grade, 89,000. High grade, 61,000. Top grade, 46,000. 9th grade inferior, 10,050. Mid-grade, 1,871. There were no 9th grade, superior grade, or top grade ones. Total essence, chi, and spirit, 1045220000. Although there was so much essence, chi, and spirit, Jiang Changkong was a little dissatisfied. Because this was a total of 15 sections, 7 of them were first-rate forces that were no weaker than the early stage Star Body Star Demon. After generations of accumulation, there was only so little. Jiang Changkong sent a message to Su Hengji to ask about this. Su Hengji quickly replied, Every force recruits martial artists. Lord, you killed their patriarch, and those people ran away with the money. Jiang Changkong. Well, there was nothing he could do about that. However, in that case, he could only perfect 2 martial arts. He was so close to perfecting 3 martial arts. What a pity. With a sigh, Jiang Changkong rose into the air and left the territory. He had already thought about perfecting his martial arts. 30-foot golden body, advanced battle body star array. If he perfected these 2 martial arts, his strength would increase again, and he wouldn't be afraid of the mid-stage star body. 30-foot golden body perfected, and the power rune star body improved again. A unique star text appeared between his eyebrows, speeding up the transformation of the power rune star body. In his mind, his understanding of the power rune star array became more profound. He could easily construct a 9th grade superior grade star array, which was also a big improvement for his strength. 30-foot golden body and battle body star array both enhanced his defense and strength. If he faced that kind of star-killing array again, he could smash it with his fist. Jiang Changkong, peak astral body high rank, mid-grade martial art. 30-foot golden body, 43. 2 million / 43. 2 million Tai Chi Yin Yang art, 1/43. 2 million Overlord blade, 1/43. 2 million Holy Sun art, 1/43. 2 million God controlling art, 43. 2 million / 43. 2 million bright moon art, 1/43. 2 million white cloud 9-fold sutra, 1/43. 2,000,000 high rank and middle grade array Dao. Battle physique star formation. Incomplete. Perfect 43. 2,000,000 / 43. 2,000,000 essence, energy, and spirit. 386578485. For after stabilizing his cultivation, Jiang Changkong turned into a ball of holy sunlight and returned to his territory. Now, there were quite a lot of people in the territory, and the mines were still being excavated. Lin Nanfeng, Su Hingji, and Ding Bang and the others were overseeing the mines. Jiang Changkong descended from the sky and landed beside them. Lord, the few of them hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Jiang Changkong nodded slightly and glanced at the number of people digging. Not bad. How many people are there in the territory now? Su Hingji smiled and said, Lord, there are already 6,890 people. It's all thanks to Lin Nanfeng that he recruited. Lin Nanfeng hurriedly explained, Lord, I only recruited people because I listened to you. Okay, come with me. Jiang Changkong nodded and led him to the side. The two came to a secluded place. Lin Nanfeng looked around to make sure there was no one around, then said, Lord, there are 83 people from the Immortal Palace, all at the peak of astral spirit. Jiang Changkong looked calm and waited for him to continue. These are all people from the periphery of the Immortal Palace, not even members. They came in to find out about your situation, to figure out the research institute, and to keep an eye on you. Lin Nanfeng continued, The Immortal Palace has already given me a task. I reported it to the Lord. Well done, Jiang Changkong said with satisfaction. Lin Nanfeng laughed dryly. Lord, the Immortal Palace asked me to keep an eye on you and inform you immediately once you leave the territory. Is the Immortal Palace planning to do something to me? Jiang Changkong looked at him expressionlessly, his astral power restrained, and not the slightest fluctuation could be seen. Lin Nanfeng shook his head. I'm not sure. The Immortal Palace also asked me to find out what level your body refining has reached. What happened? I said I was still at the peak of the astral body and was scolded. Lin Nanfeng was a little aggrieved. Lord, I'm wholeheartedly loyal to you now. You have to understand my heart. Jiang Changkong, I've seen in Ding Bang I won't believe you. A bunch of people who said whatever they wanted to say and whatever they wanted to say. If I leave now, are you going to report to the Immortal Palace? Jiang Changkong asked. I don't want to report it either, but if the Lord doesn't come out in 3 days, the others will. Lin Nanfeng said with a hint of helplessness, The Lord is really a little anxious to let the people from the Immortal Palace in. There's no hurry. As long as they can work for me and are within my control, it's fine. Jiang Changkong said lightly. As long as it was not someone in the late star realm, he did not need to care at all. Because of the Lord's recent actions, almost everyone in the void realm knows of the Lord's prestige. All forces are already paying attention to the Lord. As long as the Lord doesn't go out, the Immortal Palace will not dare to act recklessly. Lin Nanfeng said in a low voice, Within 8 to 10 years, the Lord will be fine, barring any accidents. If there were 8 to 10 years, the Immortal Palace would no longer exist. Jiang Changkong waved his hand and said, Go back and get ready. Go out with me. Go out? Me. Lin Nanfeng was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Jiang Changkong to bring him out with him. Now that he had figured it out, shouldn't he sneak out? In that case, he could still hide it for a day or two. Go get ready. Also, inform the Immortal Palace that the thing they're looking for is my target this time. Jiang Changkong waved his hand. He could not hide, nor would he hide. After Lin Nanfeng left, a stack of information appeared in Jiang Changkong's hand. It was sent by Hu Qinglan. It was also the place he asked Hu Qinglan to investigate. It was the place where Old Liang personally killed his teammates. Old Liang said that the place had disappeared. This time, Hu Qinglan went to investigate and found some traces. It did not really disappear, but was hidden. Hu Qinglan still did not believe it and actually let people go in. Many people died. He could not be blamed for that. He had already reminded Hu Qinglan not to let people go in, but she did not listen. Soon, Lin Nanfeng finished his preparations and walked over quickly. "Lord, it's ready." "Then let's go." Jiang Changkong waved his hand and wrapped Lin Nanfeng in astral power as he took off into the air. Lin Nanfeng was not only puzzled, but also curious. "Lord, where are we going? What is the thing the Immortal Palace is looking for? You'll know when we get there. Be good, and I'll keep you alive." After Jiang Changkong said that, he did not say anything else. The Holy Sun's sphere cut through the sky. The matters of the territory were left to Professor Yun and the others. The harvest from the relic made Jiang Juqiao go into seclusion, and he had yet to digest it. This Jiang Changkong really can't stay idle. Jiang Changkong had killed 15 clans in a row, and the commotion had spread throughout the Void Realm. They thought that Jiang Changkong would be in peace for a while. In the end, it only took 10 days for that guy to run away again. They wondered if it was intentional. Moreover, it was so open and aboveboard. Was he trying to tell them that he had left so that they could steal star crystals and wait for him to come back and kill a few more clans? The nearby major forces had already seen through Jiang Changkong's sinister intentions. That must be the case. He felt that the resources in his territory were not rich enough and wanted to take advantage of them. In addition to them, there were many people who were secretly paying attention to Jiang Changkong, especially the people from the Immortal Palace and the old enemy Shengjin. Chapter 310. The light of the Holy Sun left the overseas islands and entered the territory of the province. Many forces only glanced at it and then ignored it. There were many experts passing by. They couldn't just let them pass, right? Can't this Jiang Changkong just stay put for a while? The experts of the 3 families also received the news and were stunned. "What is there? Why are you in such a hurry to go there?" Hu Qinglan also received the news. Her eyes were solemn. The Federation suffered heavy losses there and deliberately sealed it. Even the peak star body died there, but you took the initiative to go there? Even if I deliberately let everyone die there, it wouldn't scare you. She had long known about the place Jiang Changkong wanted her to investigate. It didn't disappear, but the Federation had sealed it. The danger there was too terrifying. Once, the peak star body had died there. Top martial artists had also gone there and returned with heavy injuries. There weren't many top martial artists in the Federation, and most of them were focused on the starry sky. The mystery there had never been discovered. She had originally planned to wait for the expeditionary army to return. If they were close to true gods returning, she would ask one of them to investigate. In the end, before the expeditionary army returned, Jiang Changkong actually took the initiative to mention that place. During this time, she had been paying attention to Jiang Changkong's movements. As soon as she came out of seclusion, she went there directly. She even deliberately said that all the people she sent in would die, but Jiang Changkong didn't back down. After thinking about it, Hu Qinglan felt that she should go there herself. Jiang Changkong would never go to his death for no reason. He must have some kind of backing or something he needed there. The Holy Sun light ball came to the territory of the province and slowed down. His aura was still restrained. A thought flashed through Jiang Changkong's mind. Should he call the 3 families and Hu Qinglan? After thinking about it, he decided not to call them. He didn't know the situation there, so he didn't dare to say anything. After determining the direction, Jiang Changkong rushed into the mountains. The endless mountains were the star demon's territory. Back then, a group of star embryos and celestial bodies could reach there, and there were no particularly powerful star demon nearby. Perhaps it was because this place was dangerous that the star demon didn't dare to stay. Where are we going? Is this the border between an ordinary province and a major province? Lin Nanfeng asked curiously in the ball of light. Up until now, Jiang Changkong still hadn't told him their destination. Have you informed the people from the Immortal Palace? Jiang Changkong asked. I've already informed them. Lin Nanfeng replied. Are you going to lure them over? Within the depths of the mountains, there was a 100-meter tall mountain that gave off a resplendent golden light. There was no life on it. It was a pure star energy mountain. Who is it? A cold roar could be heard as a giant golden orb descended from the sky and blocked in front of Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong? What are you doing here? I'm looking for an item. The sphere of holy light dissipated. Jiang Changkong's expression was calm as he asked, Sir, are you trying to stop me? The enormous sphere of golden light emanated faint heat waves. Even though Jiang Changkong was trying his best to conceal his cultivation base, Jiang Changkong could sense that he was at the late heavenly body stage. I'm a warrior of the Union, and I'm in charge of this place. There's a great terror here, and I advise you to leave. The golden orb spoke loudly. I should have the right to enter the undeveloped ruins, right? Please make things convenient for me. Jiang Changkong cupped his hands. I won't stop you from entering, but I have to remind you that a Star Path warrior was once seriously injured here. The enormous golden orb rose into the air. This golden mountain is a seal left behind. After you enter, you'll see the entrance. Thank you. Jiang Changkong thanked it and led Lin Nanfeng towards the golden mountain. You want to go here? You lunatic! I shouldn't have come with you. Lin Nanfeng's expression changed as he struggled violently, wanting to leave. Having been in the Void Realm for so many years, how could Lin Nanfeng not know how terrifying this place was? There weren't many Star Path warriors who returned with serious injuries. In addition to what Jiang Changkong had said before about the thing that the Immortal Palace was looking for, Lin Nanfeng more or less knew that there was a star peak buried here. He didn't want to die yet. Jiang Changkong said that he wouldn't die, but he didn't believe it at all. After entering, it was hard to say whether Jiang Changkong would still be able to survive. You don't have the ability to resist, Jiang Changkong said indifferently as he led him into the Golden Mountain. The Golden Mountain was an energy body. After the two stepped in, a terrifying force swept over, and a huge spatial crack released a heart-palpitating force. Jiang Changkong raised his palm, and majestic blood qi surged, forcefully suppressing the spatial crack. Let's go! The two directly entered the spatial crack, leading to an unknown place. Jiang Changkong, do a good deed and let me go. I'll definitely listen to you in the future. Lin Nanfeng begged, almost crying. He didn't want to die yet. If he wanted to die, Jiang Changkong would have satisfied him long ago. Don't panic. If it's really the place I guessed, not only will you be fine, but you'll also have a great opportunity. Jiang Changkong's expression was calm. Seeing that Lin Nanfeng was still panicking, his tone turned cold. If you continue like this, I'll send you to your death now. Lin Nanfeng immediately shut up, and after they entered the spatial crack, many light balls appeared outside. Sun and moon, scarlet light balls, golden light balls, jade green light balls, every single one of them was a Star Realm expert. It's really strange today. This place that no one has visited for many years is actually so lively. The huge golden light ball landed, somewhat astonished. We want to go in. Please let us in, the jade green light ball said. Huqinglan, you've been asking about this place for the past few days. It seems that you found something new. The golden light ball rumbled. I won't stop you. Remember, be careful. Thank you. The many light balls shook and directly rushed into the Golden Mountain. At the end of the spatial crack was a space of 300 square meters. There were gray stones in front and above. Jiang Changkong stood at the end of the spatial crack with Lin Nanfeng. He looked back and saw the glowing spheres in front of him. What are you doing? There's nothing to see here. You can't really go in. Lin Nanfeng took a deep breath, still holding on to the last bit of hope to make Jiang Changkong give up. They're all here. Let's see if they can let me continue this show. Jiang Changkong stepped out and left the spatial crack, stepping into the 300 square meters of space. Buzz! It was as if he had stepped into water, and the space around him rippled. An invisible force filled this space. Lin Nanfeng's body froze, his eyes emitting a gray light as he slapped his palm towards Jiang Changkong. Your will is really weak. Jiang Changkong raised his palm, and the soul-reigning art enveloped Lin Nanfeng. An invisible force was forced back. The gray light dissipated. Lin Nanfeng's body trembled, and his eyes returned to normal. Was I trapped in an illusion just now? Jiang Changkong's eyes opened and closed, emitting an invisible light. The soul-reigning art filled the entire space. Here, there was soul power everywhere. Dang dang! A strange sound came, like the collision of gold and iron, and also like a great bell. It ignored the body and went straight into the souls of the two. The scene in front of them began to change. Jiang Changkong's hand was already pressed against his spatial ring. If there was an accident, he would take out the tricolored stone bead to try. However, there was no hurry now. He still had the soul power of the soul-stabilizing tree to protect him. Sigh, a sorrowful sigh, sounded in their ears, as if revealing endless loneliness. A woman in a white dress, her face veiled, walked step by step from afar. Chapter 311. Boundless power spread out. The sigh of the soul went straight into the soul. Sorrow, loneliness, desolation. On the desolate land, there was a laurel tree with lush leaves. It was rooted in this desolate land. The bumpy ground released silver moonlight that floated in the sky. The woman in the white dress sighed. She held a cluster of moonlight and looked at it attentively. Jiang Changkong didn't move. He just stared at the woman in the white dress quietly. After a long time, the moonlight in the woman's palm dissipated. She slowly walked towards Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong stared at her quietly. He couldn't see through the divine commanding art, nor could he tell if it was real or fake. It was just like when he met the Hua sisters. It's time for you to cut the tree. The woman in the white dress said slowly. There was no emotion in her voice. As soon as she said that, the moonlight gathered and formed an axe. Jiang Changkong looked at the axe and didn't move. His expression was calm. An invisible force invaded his soul. The soul-stabilizing tree swayed, dispelling this force and protecting his soul. Is this a tree or a person? Jiang Changkong looked at the laurel tree indifferently. The people who came here were all killed by their companions. They cut down the tree. Did they cut down their companions? Although it was just a guess, Jiang Changkong's tone was very certain. The woman in the white dress lifted her dress. Her face couldn't be seen under the veil. Her index finger that looked like ice crystals gently touched Jiang Changkong's body. Buzz! A bright moon rose from Jiang Changkong's body. The soul-stabilizing tree swayed and gave off a gray light. Cold moon art, soul-stabilizing tree. The woman in the white dress sighed. No wonder you dare to come here with your little strength. This is the Moon Palace? Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Are you an incomplete soul? After experiencing Hua Tianrui, he didn't want to beat around the bush with these old monsters. If the other party was really strong, he would take out the 3-colored stone bead. If not, there was no need to take it out. Moon Palace. I used to be the guardian of the palace. The woman in the white dress walked with light steps, surrounded by the moonlight. This is the first time I've seen a man successfully cultivate the cold moon art, and he even walked his own path. Actually, I don't want to expose myself because I don't want others to know. Jiang Changkong said faintly. Here, no one will know except me. The white-dressed woman said calmly, I've been here for countless years, ever since I was chosen as a protector. I'm in a hurry. Do you want to fight or settle this peacefully? Jiang Changkong's voice was slightly cold. Attack? You're not my opponent, not even Xingdao. The woman in the white dress glanced at him with slight disdain. If you step into the star path, you still have a chance by relying on the soul fixation tree. You won't know until you try. Jiang Changkong raised his palm, and the bright moon dissipated. The soul-stabilizing tree entered his body, and his entire body faded. Star formations rose all around, intertwining and crisscrossing, tens of thousands of flowers blooming. The eyes of the lady in the white dress were like the bright moon. Moonlight gathered in the surroundings, freezing all the flowers. It's a very familiar god-killing array, but I can't remember. With a sigh, the star formation collapsed. Jiang Changkong's expression darkened. The god-killing array had not even been constructed, and it was directly broken. Now cut the tree. The lady in the white dress picked up the moonlight axe and placed it in Jiang Changkong's hand. You can leave after cutting the tree. What if I don't? Jiang Changkong said calmly. Then stay here and guard this place with me, the lady in the white dress said calmly. It's been so many years. It's good to have another companion. With the soul-stabilizing tree, your soul can last forever. Jiang Changkong frowned. Majestic blood energy surged, and the 30-foot golden body was activated. However, the next moment, moonlight shone down, and the 30-foot golden body forcefully shrunk back to its normal size. It's useless. The Battle Palace's inheritance won't work here. Moonlight gathered in the hand of the lady in the white dress, forming a strange flower. If you don't want to cut the tree, then stay and admire the moon with me. Jiang Changkong frowned again. What if I add this? The holy sun rushed into the sky, and heat waves surged. The light of the holy sun illuminated the surroundings. Moon and sun? Force pattern battle body? The eyes of the lady in the white dress trembled. The moonlight around them shot into the sky. You've actually cultivated the 3 great battle bodies. Can I pass? Jiang Changkong smiled. Since the 3 great palaces were related to the fusion of the 3 great battle bodies, activating the 3 great battle bodies might give him a chance to pass. Passed. The strange flower in the hand of the lady in the white dress dissipated. Moon Celestial Palace. Take 1 item. What about the broken moon sword? Can the moon star array diagram be added together as 1 item? Jiang Changkong asked. The lady in the white dress shook her head slowly. Her figure dissipated, and a beam of moonlight flew out, disappearing between Jiang Changkong's eyebrows. The surroundings were collapsing. Jiang Changkong returned to the previous space. Lin Nanfeng stood beside him. As for the others, they were immersed in the illusion. 2 light balls were already fighting each other. However, they did not make too much noise. Instead, they held a broken moon sword in their hands and fought each other. Jiang Changkong frowned. 2 broken moon swords. They were obviously fake. In his mind, there was an additional piece of information. It was information that he could leave this place and go to the moon Celestial Palace. Buzz! The light balls trembled violently, and their bodies flickered with invisible power. This group of people really has some tricks up their sleeves. Jiang Changkong murmured. Although their strength was not as strong as the star path, they had made sufficient preparations. Illusions alone were not enough to keep them here. He recognized one of the golden light balls. It was Jin Tianqin. Waves of the god-governing art bombarded the gray stone above his head. Buzz! The space shook and invisible power fluctuated. The gray stone cracked open, revealing a passage that was as wide as a person. Moonlight gathered on it. Go! Jiang Changkong's voice was like thunder, resounding in everyone's ears. He grabbed Lin Nanfeng and flew into the air. Jiang Changkong's voice completely awakened the people who were about to escape. Jiang Changkong, where are you going? With a cold yell, the light balls rushed into the passage and chased after them. Jiang Changkong had already passed through the passage and arrived at a palace. It was also empty, and the surrounding walls were engraved with star runes and human-shaped pictures. These human-shaped pictures were all people who cultivated the moon star power, and the star rune engraver was a god. Jiang Changkong looked at the passage under his feet, and directly rushed to the second floor with Lin Nanfeng. Buzz! The palace shook, and the moon star array on the ground was enough to suppress martial artists below the peak of the star body realm. Jiang Changkong naturally did not care about this bit of power and went straight to the second floor. The second floor was slightly different from the battle palace. It was not a room, and there were no god corpses. He did not stop and went to the third floor. There were no god cultivation techniques here, and the stairs were not broken. There was a fourth floor. The Moon Celestial Palace here was better preserved than the Battle Palace. No wonder it could make the Star Path martial artists return in defeat. Jiang Changkong, where are we going? Lin Nanfeng asked. I'll have to trouble you to take a nap. Jiang Changkong smiled and slapped Lin Nanfeng, knocking him out. He took out the tricolored stone bead and stepped onto the third floor. The star array stopped, and there was no pressure at all allowing him to pass. You guys stay here. Jiang Changkong had a cold smile on his face. The reason why he asked Lin Nanfeng to inform the people of the Immortal Palace was very simple. He wanted them all to die here. If he did not kill them, they would keep an eye on him every day. Since they dared to come, then they should be prepared for total annihilation. However, now it was better to find the location of the broken moon sword. If they could not find it, then they could only take the moon battle body star array first. Chapter 312. The group of people from the Tying Immortal Palace didn't stop and also rushed to the second floor. The Tying star array here wasn't a problem for them. The group quickly rushed through the second floor and came to the third. A terrifying pressure pressed down on them. Everyone shook their star power and retreated. The golden light ball vibrated and Jin Tianqin appeared. He had the strength of a peak star level cultivator. Everyone, I'll go first. A peak star level cultivator could resist the pressure here and go to the fourth floor. A few others followed Jin Tianqin and rushed to the fourth floor. What should we do? Hu Qinglan's expression was solemn. Changkong isn't right this time. Why didn't he inform us in advance that he could come here? The bright moon shook. The Sea Clan was a bit displeased. I'll bring you guys over. This place boosts my strength. Although she was only a late-stage star-level cultivator, it wasn't difficult for her to pass through the third floor with her understanding of the Tying star array. Some people also had the means to pass through the third floor. Rumble. Moonlight shot into the sky at the entrance of the fourth floor. Jin Tianqin tumbled down directly. Star Path Killing Array! Star Path Killing Array! Jin Tianqin's blood surged as he roared in anger. The fourth floor was a Star Path Killing Array, a top-notch killing array. If he had not been prepared, he would have died inside just now. The fourth floor of the palace. Hu Qinglan's eyes flickered. There were only 3 floors in the battle palace, and there was an inheritance close to that of a god. On the other hand, the third floor of the Tying Celestial Palace was completely empty. In that case, the real good stuff should be up there. But were there really only 4 floors here? Jiang Changkong, stop! An angry roar came from above. They went up. Let's go! The Sea Clan cultivator said hurriedly. Hu Qinglan's expression changed. How can Jiang Changkong do as he pleases here? The other cultivators' expressions changed. Even Jin Tianqin, who was at the peak star level, was beaten down. How did Jiang Changkong get to the fourth floor directly? And Jiang Changkong cultivated the power of the Force Rune and the Sacred Sun. The Sea Clan, who cultivated the power of the Moon Star, only had some preferential treatment here. What right did Jiang Changkong have? Not even Jiang Changyue would be able to help. Jiang Changkong, you sure are a pleasant surprise. A cold harumph could be heard as a golden orb brought Jin Tianqin to the 4th level. The 4th layer was a star path level killing formation. If one didn't have a corresponding method, even if a star path cultivator came, they wouldn't be able to win. The few star body warriors were struggling, not because they were powerful, but because they had things that emitted pure moonlight in their hands. At this time, Jiang Changkong had already reached the 5th floor. Hundreds of stone altars consecrated a stone box, an arcane effort that approached divinity. Moreover, these near-divine techniques all had different attributes. It really is the same setup. Jiang Changkong smiled faintly and stepped onto the 6th floor. On the 6th floor, in the vast space, more than 100 people sat cross-legged, lifeless corpses. At the very center of the palace was a moon cassia tree, and there was an old silver-white statue holding an axe, chopping down the moon cassia tree. A palm-sized jade toad that was completely translucent and snow-white lay at the side. A broken sword floated above the laurel, absorbing the moonlight. The broken moon sword. Buzz! The palace shook. The jade toad released bright moonlight, and the white-dressed lady appeared. I didn't expect you to come here with the triple light, divine pearl. No wonder you are confident to come here. The white-dressed lady walked over and stood quietly in front of Jiang Changkong. You are this jade toad. Jiang Changkong looked at the jade toad, then at the white-dressed lady. This is the body of the protector. The white-dressed lady said calmly, every generation of the immortal palace protector uses this jade toad as their body, and they are bound together with the immortal palace, never to be separated. You have near-divine battle prowess here? Jiang Changkong said lightly, in the battle palace I met an immortal body, but he couldn't speak, and we couldn't communicate. You want to obtain information from me? Then you will be disappointed. The white-dressed lady said softly, after the immortal palace was destroyed, I lost a lot of memories, and I don't have much time left. But I don't see any signs of you disappearing. Jiang Changkong furrowed his brows. If you disappear, won't you be able to take anything you want from here? If I disappear, they will take my place and protect the immortal palace. The white-dressed lady pointed at the corpses sitting cross-legged. Jiang Changkong glanced at the corpses and cursed in his mind. Another 100 corpses that were close to immortal realm. You guys are so cruel. Even close to immortal realm, cultivators wouldn't be able to walk out. The 5th level of the immortal realm, the deity scripture, the broken moon sword. Choose. The white-dressed lady walked to the side and watched him quietly. Jiang Changkong blinked his eyes, but he didn't rush. Don't you want to go down and take a look at those people? The white-dressed lady shook her head slowly. They can't even pass the 4th level. They won't be able to take anything. Jiang Changkong sighed softly, sat down cross-legged, and poured astral power into the tricolored stone bead. A violent suction force came again. Jiang Changkong's 8 martial arts turned into astral power at the same time, allowing the tricolored stone bead to absorb them. The moonlight vibrated, and the moonlight gathered to form the astral text. Jiang Changkong was drained once again, and then the moonlight entered his body to help him recover. A large number of astral texts and astral formations flowed into his mind. Advanced top-level battle body astral formation incomplete. Moon battle body. You've got the treasure. You can go now, the white-dressed lady said calmly. Not yet. Jiang Changkong shook his head slightly, put the tricolored stone bead in his arms, and wrapped it with astral power. As he expected, the astral power couldn't block the connection between the tricolored stone bead and this place. It still protected him. Slap. He swung his hand and slapped Lin Nanfeng. Lord! Lin Nanfeng woke up, touched his face, and looked at him bitterly. You hit me again. Don't talk nonsense. Do you see that broken sword? Take it down for me, Jiang Changkong said calmly. The white-dressed lady. You brought him here to take the broken sword? Lin Nanfeng looked up a little confused, but he didn't dare to resist and could only reach out to take it. With the tricolored stone bead, Lin Nanfeng easily took the broken moon sword. He was a little confused. Lord, where is this? Put away the broken sword first, and I'll tell you, Jiang Changkong said with a smile. Lin Nanfeng put away the broken sword and waited for his answer. Slap. His answer was a slap, and he fainted again. You. The white-dressed lady was a little speechless. I'm doing this because I don't want to violate the rules. Jiang Changkong said indifferently. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Of course not. But don't come next time since you're so greedy. The white-dressed lady was very disdainful. In that case, Jiang Changkong could empty the Moon Palace with a few hundred people next time. These things are left here to collect dust. Why don't you give them to me and use them to their full potential? Jiang Changkong said calmly. The white-dressed lady shook her head, turned into a beam of moonlight, and disappeared. Up to you. I can hold on for a month at most. I don't care what happens after that. What if I lend you the soul-stabilizing tree? Jiang Changkong raised his eyebrows. It's useless. My soul has long been shattered. It's already my limit to hold on until now. Thank you for your kindness. The white-dressed lady's voice sounded in the palace. Chapter 313. I didn't expect my gains this time to be so simple. Jiang Changkong held Lin Nanfeng and muttered to himself. He thought it would be difficult. He didn't expect the protector to be so easygoing. Of course, this was also because he didn't break the rules. Thinking of this, Jiang Changkong tilted his head. Senior Protector, help me. You should go. The Jade Toad said. I can't leave for now. These people are here. Those who deserve to die will all die. Jiang Changkong's gaze was cold. I am not scheming against Senior. I have my own plans. They are all greedy and will definitely take all the near-God level cultivation methods. As long as he brought those people up, then the Protector would definitely come out and beat everyone up. Of course, that way, Hu Qinglan and the others might also be affected. This was something he didn't want to see. So he said it out and discussed with the Protector. The Jade Toad shuddered. What do you want to do? Rather than passively attacking, why don't you do me a favor and finish off my enemies? In the future, I won't disturb you. Jiang Changkong bowed solemnly and said, I can temporarily grant you the authority to the 4th level. After you are done, leave immediately. The Jade Toad let out bright moonlight. Thank you. I wonder if Senior Protector has any unfinished wishes? If I have the ability in the future, Jiang Changkong is willing to do it for me. Jiang Changkong still bowed. No, Protector was born for Tying Immortal Palace, and will die for Tying Immortal Palace. After the Protector finished, the Jade Toad let out bright moonlight and formed a star rune imprint that landed between Jiang Changkong's eyebrows. As the imprint formed, lines of information appeared in Jiang Changkong's mind. Tying Killing Formation, 4th level authority. The 4th level was a star path killing formation, and it was a peak star path killing formation. If a star path martial artist was in charge, even a peak star path martial artist would die here. Previously, when the star path martial artist came to investigate, he ran fast or else he would really die here. With this 4th level authority, Jiang Changkong could do whatever he wanted in the 4th level without the help of the tricolored stone bead. He also did not need to learn the Great Een Battle Body Star array diagram to master all the killing arrays. Actually, even if he were to learn now, he would not be able to grasp the star path killing array. So, finding the Guardian to ask for the authority was the best way. Otherwise, he could only bring those people up to the 5th floor and have the Protector or the 100 or so corpses act. Carrying Lin Nanfeng, Jiang Changkong descended to the 6th floor. This Moon Palace only had 6 floors left. The 7th, 8th, and 9th floors were nowhere to be found. Rumble. Intense rumbling sounds came from the 4th layer. Although the killing array was not fully activated, it was still not something an ordinary person could block. A group of people were releasing terrifying starlight, and their bodies were protected by moonlight, allowing them to resist the suppressive force. Jiang Changkong. A cold voice rang out. Many martial artists looked at the entrance of the 5th floor. Jiang Changkong carried Lin Nanfeng and slowly walked over. People from the Immortal Palace? There are 7 of them, and there's also Jin Tianqin from Shengjin. That's a total of 8 people. Jiang Changkong looked at the warriors and looked to the other side. You guys still came. Hua Qinglan, middle stage star body, 3 late stage star body from 3 clans. Hua Qinglan grumbled. You knew the situation here, but you did not inform sister. You are really dishonest. I was just guessing before. I dare not guarantee it, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Jiang Changkong, you, a star body, can do whatever you want here? What did you get from the Battle Palace? Among the 7 people from the Immortal Palace, a peak star body cultivator shone with dazzling starlight. Jin Tianqin's expression was cold. Kill him. This kid is very strange. Take them down. With an angry shout, the peak star body cultivator attacked Hua Qinglan. Jin Tianqin gathered golden stars and attacked Jiang Changkong. Everyone have a safe journey. Jiang Changkong grinned. The 4th floor's authority. Rumble. The palace shook. The 4th floor's authority was activated. The peak great killing array. Beams of moonlight rose, isolating the 8. Moonlight flashed, and Hua Qinglan and the other 3 moved to Jiang Changkong's side. Boom! The incoming golden stars were directly torn apart by the moonlight. A beam of silver moon sword chi flashed, and Jin Tianqin's body exploded, turning into a mist of blood. This, Hua Qinglan and the other 3 were stunned. Is this your home? The C family's star body cultivator felt wronged. I am the great Star Force cultivator. Why am I not as good as Jiang Changkong here? Back in the Battle Palace, Jiang Changkong was the only body-tempering martial artist. But now it was completely unreasonable. You, a Sun Star Force cultivator, can control the Great killing array? You can actually control this place. Jin Tianqin's body recovered. His face was pale. The sword just now had already seriously injured him. Why not? I know this place better than all of you. Jiang Changkong stepped into the killing array. The surrounding moonlight automatically avoided him. He strolled leisurely. Shang Jin has a close relationship with the Immortal Palace. I got Lin Nanfeng to inform you this time. I didn't expect you to come too. You asked Lin Nanfeng to lure us here on purpose? The expressions of the 7 from the Immortal Palace turned cold. Jiang Changkong stood with his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. I wasn't sure that this was the Great Immortal Palace at first. I only came for one thing. You've already planted eyes in my territory. No matter what, I can't avoid you. So, I can only invite you here. After coming in and confirming this place, everything is easy. I've been to the Battle Palace before, so I have experience in such places. With the tricolored stone bead, as long as it wasn't a true god, he really wasn't afraid. Even if a Star Path cultivator came, this 6-story palace could withstand them. Kill! The 7 from the Immortal Palace shouted angrily. Star power vibrated, and the surrounding killing array's power rose sharply. Bright moons rose on the 4th floor of the palace. A moon cassia tree swayed, releasing endless moonlight. Where the moonlight fell, the stars shattered and the bodies of the 8 exploded. The bright moon fell, and the exploded bodies turned into dust, no longer having any vitality. It's over so quickly. It's much smoother than I imagined. Jiang Changkong sighed softly and started to collect the items. You haven't told me yet. If this wasn't the Great Immortal Palace, and you lured out the people from the Immortal Palace, what would the consequences be? Hua Qinglan's dark green eyes flickered with starlight as she looked at him seriously. Don't I still have you guys? Jiang Changkong smiled faintly. With my strength, it's not a problem to buy some time. Plus, with the information from before, there must be an illusion here. Souls are my forte. I can buy enough time for you guys to come. The Immortal Palace doesn't lack soul warriors, Hua Qinglan said. If that's the case, I can only blame it on my bad luck. I've already gotten what I wanted. Jiang Changkong said lightly. He wasn't afraid of the soul warriors from the Immortal Palace. Even though the near-God killing array was incomplete, it wasn't something that could be broken in a short time. He had already thought of a way out, so he had no reason to back down. Plus, this place was related to the Broken Moon Sword. This really was the great immortal palace. It was smoother than he had imagined. What did you get? Is this place the same as the Battle Palace? Hu Qinglan asked. The other three looked at him. They knew the Battle Palace very well. It was a near-God cultivation method. You all have near-God cultivation methods, but I think you can change the sea families. There's a moon cassia tree on it, Jiang Changkong said in a low voice. Moon cassia tree? The sea families, stars, breathing quickened. The yugai was rare, and it was a moon cassia tree. Chapter 314. Jiang Changkong brought them to the 5th level. Similar to the 3rd level of the Battle Palace, there were cultivation techniques close to divinity level on the stone platform. Although I want one more, I can only bear with it. The Sea Family Astral Warrior closed his eyes as if he had made up his mind. No one would complain about having too many cultivation techniques close to divinity level. Hu Qinglan smiled and took one. Changkong, I will give you one when the time comes. There were not many people close to divinity level on Earth. Who would care about cultivation techniques close to divinity level? If he could, he would take as many as he could. After choosing the cultivation techniques, he brought them to the 6th level. Is this place really the same as your home? The 6th level is a divinity level killing array, right? The 4 of them were speechless. They used to think that Jiang Changkong only knew about this place. Now it seemed that Jiang Changkong coming here was no different from going home. Jiang Changkong smiled faintly. The seniors here are easy to talk to. When they stepped onto the 6th level, the jade toad was gone, but the rest were still the same. They bowed to the corpses. The Sea Family Astral Warrior looked at the laurel tree. Will taking it away trigger the killing array? Probably not. Jiang Changkong rubbed his chin and pondered. Each person takes one item. This laurel tree counts as one of them. The Sea Family Warrior nodded and touched the laurel tree, activating the lunar astral power. Buzz! The laurel tree trembled slightly and turned into the size of a palm, landing in her palm. Let's go! After taking the items, Jiang Changkong brought them back to the 1st level. The God-controlling art surged, and the 1st level's floor cracked open, revealing a passage. Jiang Changkong took Lin Nanfeng down first, and the others followed closely. They arrived at the gray space again. This time there were no illusions. There were 2 corpses of the astral warriors who had died together. Jiang Changkong took out the spatial equipment and whispered, Like last time, you won't say anything. Of course. The 4 nodded. We will leave directly. We will take care of the Federation. Don't talk nonsense. Why don't you bring people here again next time? Hu Qinglan asked. She wanted to bring all of them out, and there were so many cultivation techniques that were close to godly. Jiang Changkong shook his head. Don't count on me. I can't come back to this palace again. He had already made an agreement with the Guardian. This time, the door of convenience was opened, and they would not disturb him next time. Moreover, it was hard to say whether the palace would still be here the next time he came. Let's go. Although the 4 of them were disappointed, since Jiang Changkong said so, they could only give up on the idea. The 6 of them left the spatial crack and flew out of the Golden Mountain. The huge golden ball of light slowly descended. This time, Jiang Changkong and the others didn't give him a chance to ask questions and immediately ran away. He ran so fast. Seriously, he didn't even let me ask for information. The golden ball of light muttered and flew up into the sky again. Changkong, do you want to visit the Sea Clan? The Sea Clan's star martial artist invited. The other 2 families also extended their invitations. Forget it. When you go back, you must have all kinds of meetings. I won't disturb you. Jiang Changkong rejected their invitation. after getting the near-godly cultivation method and the laurel tree. They would definitely hide it like a treasure and then have a family meeting. At that time, they wouldn't have time to entertain Jiang Changkong. Okay, if you need anything in the future, just say the word. It's free. The three families made a promise and directly left. The harvest this time was too great. Next time, if something happened to Jiang Changkong, they would definitely not hesitate. Hu Qinglan also left. The harvest this time would definitely bring her status to another level. Bringing back a near-godly cultivation method, the Federation would most likely worship her. Jiang Changkong wasn't in a hurry to leave. He found a place to sit cross-legged. Counting the harvest this time, he had tricked 10 star martial artists this time, 2 of which were peak star martial artists. There was no 7th grade star crystal, but there are many 8th grade star crystals and many 9th grade star crystals. 8th grade star crystals, 5,000 mid-grade, 20,000 high-grade, 50,000 top-grade. Low-grade rank 9, 36,000 yuan, medium-grade, 20,500 yuan, high-grade, 12,100 yuan, high-grade, 3,200 yuan, high-grade, 3,200 yuan, a total of 146. 3 million essence, energy, and spirit, as expected of someone from the Immortal Palace, as expected of an expert from the flourishing Gold Peak. They hadn't been tricked for nothing this time. Jiang Changkong looked at his own data. In addition to the previous data, it was enough for him to perfect 4 martial arts. He had already perfected 3 martial arts. This time he could choose the Tai Chi Yin-Yang art, Tyrant Blade, Holy Sun, and Bright Moon. The White Cloud 9-tier sutra could be saved for next time. There was only 1 martial art left, and it wasn't far from upgrading. Thinking of this, Jiang Changkong directly perfected these 4 martial arts. The Tai Chi Yin-Yang Celestial Body, Tyrant Blade Celestial Body, Bright Moon, and Holy Sun Celestial Body transformed at the same time. Star power surged. Stargate swallowed the majestic star power, increasing Jiang Changkong's strength. The star formation lines in his body kept increasing. The celestial body became more complex, and its power became stronger. Jiang Changkong suppressed the star power fluctuations and didn't show a phenomenon. He was worried that he would shock the unconscious Lin Nanfeng to death. The terrifying aura woke the unconscious Lin Nanfeng up. The moment he opened his eyes, he retreated frantically. The Scarlet Star force was vast and mighty. When it saw that it was Jiang Changkong, it heaved a sigh of relief and obediently waited at the side. After a long time, Jiang Changkong's transformation stopped, and the terrifying star power dissipated. Jiang Changkong, Astral Body Peak, Advanced Middle Grade Martial Arts, 30-foot Golden Body, perfected 43, 2 million / 43, 2 million Tai Chi Yin-Yang Art, perfected 43, 2 million / 43, 2 million Tyrant Blade, perfected 43, 2 million / 43, 2 million Holy Sun Art, perfected 43, 2 million / 43, 2 million God Reigning Art, perfected 43, 2 million / 43, 2 million Bright Moon Art, perfected 43, 2 million / 43, 2 million White Cloud 9-tier Sutra, perfected 143rd, 2 million Advanced Middle Grade Array, Battle Form Star Formation, incomplete, perfected 43, 2 million / 43, 2 million Essence, Energy, and Spirit, 1215745. For inch give me the moon broken sword, Jiang Changkong said lightly. Okay. Lin Nanfeng quickly took out the moon broken sword and handed it to him. Jiang Changkong held the broken sword and carved the ancient star formation lines into the image of a bright moon. Unfortunately, this was only the hilt, and the sword blade was only a few inches long. He didn't know the whereabouts of the rest of the sword. Lord, Is this the opportunity you mentioned before? Lin Nanfeng looked around and made sure there was no danger. He couldn't help but think of what Jiang Changkong had said before. Yes. Jiang Changkong raised the hilt in his hand. This is it. Lin Nanfeng was stunned. Lord, are you going to give me the hilt? You're overthinking. This hilt is not for you, Jiang Changkong said expressionlessly. It's for Chang Yue. Lin Nanfeng. So, this great opportunity has nothing to do with me? Sure enough, you don't trust me at all and won't give me any benefits. Okay, go back. Following me is your greatest opportunity, Jiang Changkong said lightly. He wasn't so kind as to find Lin Nanfeng a near-divine cultivation art. If he was sure it was the Moon Immortal Palace, he would bring Su Hengji, Professor Yun, and the others. He didn't cultivate the moon star formation in his mind. Upgrading it required too much essence, energy, and spirit. He could slowly comprehend this formation. He had already learned the star characters, so he only needed to comprehend a few of them. Learn all of them? He'd better wait until he had more essence, energy, and spirit than he could use up. Moreover, his current strength was enough. He only needed to perfect one martial art before he could step into the star realm. Now he felt that he could kill a mid-stage star realm cultivator with a wave of his hand. With the soul-killing array and the power of the stars, it wasn't impossible for him to fight a late-stage star realm cultivator. Ding dong! His phone suddenly rang. Jiang Changkong took it and frowned. Help! Chapter 315. A distress message, Old Liang. Jiang Changkong originally thought that they would never meet again, and did not take him and the other 5 seriously. They had almost forgotten about it, and now they were asking for help? There was even an address which was not far from him. After thinking for a while, Jiang Changkong brought Lin Nanfeng to the address. In a dense forest in the ordinary province, a group of people sat on stone benches. Old Liang sat at the edge with a worried look. Dad, don't think too much. Isn't it the same wherever we do things? A middle-aged man sat beside Old Liang and said softly, That may be the case, but City Lord Jiang is lacking manpower. I can't just care about myself, right? Old Liang sighed. If not for Lord Jiang, I would have died in the Sin domain. But they will not let us leave. The middle-aged man said helplessly, Lord Jiang's territory is in the outer islands. He can't extend his hand. They clearly agreed to let us leave. But this group of people went back on their words. How hateful. A trace of anger flashed across Old Liang's face as he looked up at the sky. Lord Jiang has a good relationship with Hu Qinglan. Maybe he can take us away. A martial artist sitting at the side could not help but say, Old Liang, don't even think about it. Old Liang, don't even think about it. It's already benevolent of me to let you stay and give you some food. The Federation's 3 regions, the ordinary province, the large province, and the outer islands, usually did not interfere with each other. If Jiang Changkong had chosen the ordinary province, this might not have happened. A warm golden light shone, and 2 figures descended from the sky. Old Liang! The golden light retracted, and Jiang Changkong's expression was calm as he looked at the figure sitting on the stone bench. Lord Jiang! Old Liang's body trembled, and he hurriedly stood up. You really came? Jiang Changkong frowned slightly. Look at you. You're alive and well. Why are you asking me for help? Lord, it's like this. I wanted to bring my family to seek refuge with you. I've already discussed it with old Su. At first, the Lin family was willing to let us go, but for some reason, they changed their mind and refused to let us go. Old Liang said the matter. Originally, I didn't want to cause trouble for Lord Jiang. It's the same anywhere. However, old Su told me that Lord Jiang is lacking people and that I have to go over. How many people are there in your family? Jiang Changkong nodded slightly. If that was the case, old Liang could not be blamed. Su Pingji urged him to go over, but he couldn't, so he could only look for Jiang Changkong. His territory had just been developed, and now he had 15 more businesses. No matter how many people there were, he could eat them all. A total of 361 people, including the children. This is my son, a star embryo martial artist. Old Liang pulled the middle-aged man beside him and said proudly, Liang Ilong greets, Lord Jiang. The middle-aged man hurriedly cupped his hands. Jiang Changkong nodded slightly. Middle stage of the star embryo realm. Not bad. Do you have a way to contact the Lin clan? Yes. Old Liang hurriedly took out his phone and dialed a number. This is the Lin clan steward. Late stage of the star embryo realm. The call went through. Jiang Changkong took over the phone. A lazy voice came from the other side. Old Liang, why are you looking for me instead of doing your work? I'm Jiang Changkong. I'm going to bring old Liang's family away now, Jiang Changkong said calmly. Jiang Changkong. The person on the other side was stunned. Then he said coldly, You didn't stay in your offshore island and came to our ordinary province to poach people. He's mine to begin with. Tell your Lin clan to make the decision to look for me. Jiang Changkong hung up the phone and returned it to old Liang. Call all the people from your Liang clan. We're leaving. Lord, do you want to look for Hui Qinglan and make peace with her to prevent any conflicts? Old Liang asked softly. Jiang Changkong nodded slightly. That's fine. After all, it was someone else's territory. He could not be bothered to cause trouble. Hui Qinglan had just benefited from it, so he asked her for help. He sent the message to Hui Qinglan. She quickly replied that she would help. After receiving Hui Qinglan's reply, Liang Yilong then went to gather the Liang clan. Jiang Changkong looked around. They were in a dense forest. He smiled and said, Your Liang clan is doing well here. Your status isn't too bad, right? You can say that I'm a small steward. Old Liang looked at the other warriors around him. These are all my colleagues. We'll mine and plant herbs together. Jiang Changkong's gaze swept across, and the warriors immediately became uneasy. Jiang Changkong was the lord of a territory. They were just ordinary people in the Void Realm. They were the lowest group. It was inevitable for them to feel a little timid when they met his gaze. Buzz! All of a sudden, tens of thousands of rays of light appeared in the sky. One by one, light orbs broke through the air. Jiang Changkong's eyes narrowed slightly. You're prepared? Those light orbs were mostly astral body warriors. 2 of them were even in the early stage astral body realm. Old Liang's expression changed slightly. He quickly said, Lord, I'm not trying to harm you. I didn't know about this. It's fine. Jiang Changkong waved his hand. Lin Nanfeng was calmer. The person next to him was even in the mid-stage astral body realm. He did not panic at all. Lord Jiang, isn't it a little inappropriate for you to come to my Lin clan to snatch people? An old man narrowed his eyes and said coldly as a green light orb descended. Lord Jiang, you've crossed the line. The other light orbs spoke up one after another. Jiang Changkong cupped his fists and said, The Liang clan is my people. They were stopped earlier. I believe Hui Qinglan has already informed everyone. Please don't make things difficult for them. In the future, when we're on the offshore island, Changkong's territory, you're all important guests of Changkong. You can visit more often in the future. Hui Qinglan did inform them, but the Federation cannot interfere in our affairs. A cold shout came from the distance. An earthy yellow star with countless profound runes appeared. Mid-stage astral body realm. So you're saying that you're determined to make things difficult for me? Jiang Changkong's expression turned cold. How many people did you kill in the tranquil province back then? You even took our resources for yourself. The yellow star dissipated and turned into a middle-aged man. We won't make things difficult for you. As long as you can pass the trial we've set up, we won't care how many people you take away, let alone the Liang clan. Oh, you're so confident that you can stop me? Jiang Changkong was slightly surprised. The secret of him killing a mid-stage astral body realm cultivator and destroying an incomplete star path killing formation should have been spread. There was no way these people didn't know about it, yet they still dared to set up such a trial. Were they going easy on him? I've heard that you have a profound mastery of the soul. Today, a soul cultivator friend has come to ask for advice. The middle-aged man said indifferently as he looked down. A youth walked over step by step. His speed seemed slow, but it was extremely fast. Every time he took a step, the surrounding void would ripple. Lotus flowers would appear under his feet. The surrounding void rippled, and the bright sunlight was obscured by a layer of darkness. By the time he arrived before Jiang Changkong, the surroundings had turned completely dark as if night had fallen. I'm Qiu Yin, a wandering cultivator, the youth said with a smile. Jiang Changkong narrowed his eyes. Your mastery of the soul is indeed powerful. You've reversed black and white. How do you intend to compete? Qiu Yin pointed at the black void behind him, a faint smile on his face. You'll win if you walk out of this darkness. Jiang Changkong's expression calmed down. Was this person here to test if he had a soul-stabilizing tree? However, with this alone, he probably wouldn't be able to find out anything. Chapter 316. Do you mind if I use some other methods? Jiang Changkong wasn't in a hurry to act. He spoke calmly. Qiu Yin smiled faintly. As long as it's the path of the soul, you can do whatever you want. Jiang Changkong took out a bottle of elixir and swallowed it. The soul energy in his body surged. The 8 martial arts were converted into the soul-governing arts, astral power. Qiu Yin smiled. Please. You're mistaken. There's no night here. Jiang Changkong spoke calmly. Invisible astral power fluctuated, and thousands of flowers bloomed. The night was gone. The sun shone through the darkness. Qiu Yin's expression froze. The illusion of the night he created was broken. Without the night, there was no way out of the night. Old Liang, let's go. Jiang Changkong smiled faintly and added, I said I can take as many people as I want. Is there anyone willing to go with me to territory number 53? The martial artists looked at each other. No one moved. On the other hand, Liang Yilong smiled and said, Grand Lord, the people of the Liang clan are all present. Oh, by the way, how many star crystals are you paid to work here? Jiang Changkong asked. 10 star crystals for the same level, Liang Yilong replied. 20 star crystals for the same level in my territory every month. Jiang Changkong patted his shoulder and looked at the others. Is there anyone who wants to go with me? Your pay is lower. 18 star crystals for the same level. Everyone in the sky. Are you really going to do it? Are you really going to poach people in front of us? I'll go, a star embryo martial artist quickly said. I'll go too. 18 star crystals per month. Why are we still working here? The martial artists stood up one after another. Of course, most of them were martial artists below the advanced level. Lord Jiang, what's the salary for those below the advanced level? Star stones, star crystals, or elixirs? The martial artists asked. I'll give you whatever you want. Jiang Changkong said calmly, I'll kill my way to the advanced star demon if you work hard. Then we'll go to your territory and not work here anymore. Let's go together. The faces of everyone in the sky turned green. The middle star body, cultivator, glared at Qiu Yin. Look at you if it weren't for you. Would I King say these words? Qiu Yin's expression was unsightly. He took a deep breath and said, Lord Jiang, a 9th rank soul potion is truly extravagant. If there's a chance, let's compete again. I can't help it. I'm occupying a rich territory all by myself. It's too rich. I don't even know how to squander. Jiang Changkong smiled. If he didn't have the level 9 medicine, he wouldn't be able to break through Qiu Yin's darkness so easily. Perhaps he would have to use the god-killing formation again, or perhaps he would really use the soul-stabilizing tree to walk out. He dared to guarantee that in the darkness of the night, there was a map of the labyrinth that was close to godly treasures. Word had already spread that he had killed a mid-star body realm expert with a soul-killing formation. Therefore, it was no surprise that Chiu Yin had come to test him. Nanfeng, bring them along. Let's go, Jiang Changkong said lightly. Lord Jiang, I'll see you next time. The middle stage star body, cultivator, snorted coldly, turned around and left. Jiang Changkong looked at Chiu Yin. You're still not leaving? We'll meet again. Chiu Yin snorted softly, turned into a ball of light and left. Lord Jiang, why don't you leave first? There are so many of us, and we can't leave at once, Old Liang said. Jiang Changkong was just about to speak when his phone rang. It was Hua Qinglan. Officer Hua, you didn't do well this time. Ahem, it was my mistake this time. Tell me, what else do you need? I'll definitely help you this time, Hua Qinglan said apologetically. We've already passed this hurdle. Help me transport the people back to the territory. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Jiang Changkong said. Don't worry, I'll definitely do it for you. Hua Qinglan hurriedly promised. After a pause, she said, also, focus on preparing for the wasteland reclamation team. She had just obtained a godly cultivation technique. If she still couldn't do this, Jiang Changkong definitely wouldn't think of her again. I'll prepare, Jiang Changkong said. Hua Qinglan's voice became serious. I'm asking you to do your best to prepare. This concerns whether you can gain a foothold in the Void Realm and what kind of status you can achieve. What do you mean? Jiang Changkong was slightly taken aback. You've just arrived in the Void Realm. Killing 15 clans in a row is nothing. The strongest group of first-rate forces are all at the peak of the Star Realm. If you want your territory to be safe in the future and don't want to be put in a difficult position like today, then bring out the strength, achievements, and aggressiveness that you deserve. If possible, let others hear your name so that they won't dare to do anything to you. As for the Wasteland Reclamation Team, you can contact the 3 clans and ask them to help you. Hua Qinglan said in a low voice, the Void Realm is a dog-eat-dog place. Strength is the only way to solve everything. Okay, I understand. After the conversation, Jiang Changkong hung up the phone. All right, Hua Qinglan will escort you there. Nanfeng, take care of things here. I'll make a move first. Yes, Lin Nanfeng said respectfully. Jiang Changkong took to the air and returned to his territory. Territory number 53 had entered the development phase. A large ore vein had been mined, and the second one was being excavated. With about a month left, Jiang Changkong did not plan to run around anymore. The Wasteland Reclamation Team was about to begin. That month was enough to excavate all the large ore veins and the rest of the mineral veins. A large ore vein and the income from the rest of the territory should be enough for him to perfect his last martial art and step into the early Star Realm. Moreover, his teammates in the Wasteland Reclamation Team were also troublesome. Jiang Changkong returned to his territory and fell into deep thought. Can one person do the reclamation? He logged onto Budokai's official website. That was the Void Realm's Budokai. Many high-ranking warriors spontaneously formed Wasteland Reclamation Teams. A post attracted Jiang Changkong's attention. I'm so envious of the special Budokai. They have exclusive wastelands to reclaim. Jiang Changkong's current Budokai was only at the Epic Realm. The special Budokai was a collaboration with the Federation and had exclusive missions. He clicked on the post and was very interested in the content. The special Budokai cooperates with the Federation every year and handles a lot of things for the Federation. Of course, I think of them first when there are benefits. I heard that the special Budokai requires top-level warriors to have their own battleships. Doesn't that mean that I can go on a space expedition by myself? If you can afford it, you can do it from afar. The Federation only provides the sea route. You've gone off topic. Now it's about the reclamation. The Wasteland Reclamation Team has been formed. I'm a Peak Star Realm Warrior, a Metal Attribute Warrior. The special Budokai, please take me in. I heard that Budokai has a piece of resource-rich wasteland every year. The special Budokai had a piece of wasteland every year. Jiang Chongkong was very envious. Unfortunately, he had to be a top-level warrior. When he reached the peak, one piece of wasteland every year was too little. However, he could have a battleship. He could go on an expedition by himself. This was not a bad condition. If possible, he would cooperate with the Federation. He checked the other posts and found that they were all discussing the reclamation team. The reclamation team is limited to 50 people. The minimum requirement is early-stage star embryo. I'm an early-stage star realm lord with my own territory. I'm now forming a reclamation team. I'm Jiang Juqiao. Jiang Chongkong, you actually didn't think of me? You actually went behind my back to find a team? Jiang Chongkong was very depressed. He had such a strong helper and you ignored him? Apart from Jiang Juqiao, there were also posts for various reclamation teams, all of which were recruiting members. Star Realm Warriors and Astral Body Warriors were all looking for someone to rely on. A Star Realm Warrior could be a team leader. Although early-stage Star Realm Warriors weren't the strongest, they could get some benefits if they were lucky enough to find someone to rely on. Late-stage Star Realm, Sheng Jin, Tai Yuanlong, recruiting a reclamation team. The minimum requirement is early-stage Star Realm. Star Realm Warriors have priority. I'll take 80% of the profits. You guys can split the rest. Late-stage Star Realm, Itinerant Cultivator Alliance, MOUN, recruiting a reclamation team. The minimum requirement is early-stage Star Realm. I'll take 80% of the profits. You guys can split the rest. 80%. Jiang Chongkong was very impressed by their appetite. The Federation wanted 30%. They would take 80% of the remaining 70%, and the rest would be split among 49 people? Even so, the group of warriors still rushed to join them. It was not easy for ordinary high-level warriors to survive in the Void Realm. Only Star Realm warriors had the right to speak. Just look at Liang Yilong, who only received 10 star crystals of the same rank in a month. Jiang Chongkong fell into deep thought. What kind of title should he think of to gather enough for his reclamation team? Chapter 317. Team Reclamation. Total number 50. The Federation had set a limit of strength. The lowest was peak astral spirit. It could be Budokai, or it could be one's own force. Budokai was allowed to participate or not. It all depended on the other party's mood. All the major forces were recruiting teams for pioneering teams. There were 108 wastelands in the wasteland reclamation. The top forces wouldn't just form one team for the competition in the 3 regions. Since they didn't have enough people, they would naturally recruit from the outside and give the others some small profits. The elites in the 3 regions would compete with each other. In the end, the top 10 teams would be selected from each region. The 108 wastelands would then be divided according to the strength of each team. Once the wastelands, the star demon, the ruins, and all kinds of dangers were cleared, the Federation would send people to explore them, and the team would get 70% of the profits. Jiang Chongkong's phone rang. It was a message from the 3 families. Chongkong, do you want to join our team? If we win, we'll give you 30% of the profits. 30% was already a huge profit, but Jiang Chongkong wasn't willing. He wanted to form his own team to compete. There won't be any peak star state experts participating in this matter, right? Jiang Chongkong asked. No accidents. Peak astral spirits rarely come out. They're all in seclusion to break through to the star path. The Jin Tianqin you killed was completely an accident. It must have something to do with the Immortal Palace. The Tong family replied, well, since it's only the late astral spirit, I think I can give it a try. Jiang Chongkong thought of Hua Qinglan's words. He should show his fists. Even if he didn't have to do whatever he wanted in the future, he had to be like Hua Qinglan and not be put in a difficult position. You want to fight? How? The three families replied. I'll form my own team. Everyone will rely on their own abilities. The three families. Jiang Changkong hung up and sent a message to Jiang Zhiqiao. Do you want to join my team? Jiang Zhiqiao replied instantly. Changkong, you're willing to take me? I thought you'd form a team with the three families, so I posted on my own. You're a star warrior after all. Be more confident. Jiang Changkong smiled and replied, Also, what do you think about the two of us in the Wasteland Reclamation Team? Jiang Zhiqiao. Wait for me to come over and discuss with you. You're just a two-man Wasteland Reclamation Team. How confident are you? Jiang Changkong continued reading the thread while waiting for Jiang Zhiqiao to come over. Not long after, Jiang Zhiqiao arrived. He rushed in and closed the door. Don't be in such a hurry. What do you think of my proposal? Jiang Changkong asked. Let's not talk about the problem of strength first. Do you think that after obtaining the wasteland, you will only make a small profit? Don't you have any other ideas? Jiang Zhiqiao's wrinkled face twitched. He opened Budokai. The Federation will only help you once. They won't help you all the time. This time it should be almost all dug out, right? Jiang Changkong asked. Jiang Zhiqiao nodded, then shook his head. That's not the case. The Federation usually only looks for places with large star crystal veins. Only places with large star crystal veins are considered to be rich in resources. Other than large and medium star crystal veins, the Federation's investigation will not be so detailed. Unless we are like the Federation and do this once-in-a-lifetime business. That is to say, if we discover small and medium star crystal veins in the future, the Federation will not help us develop them. Jiang Changkong pondered. Yes, unless you continue to offer 30% of the profits and ask the Federation to help you develop them. Jiang Zhiqiao explained, if you don't ask the Federation and develop them yourself, you will only have to hand over 10% of the profits. It will be the same as your territory. Jiang Changkong tapped his fingertips on the table. If we calculate it this way, they will offer 20% of the profits, which is not a small amount. They still have to hand over 10% or 30% to the Federation. 20%? That depends on how much you can get. The weaker ones won't get much in the end. There are also teammates and people on our side. They will only give less than 20%. Jiang Zhiqiao pondered and said, Moreover, this is an opportunity for you. Opportunity? Jiang Changkong raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? You lack manpower. You lack a lot of people. If you can form a small star crystal team this time, you will be able to get to know some people, regardless of whether you get any profits or not. Jiang Zhiqiao said faintly, if you use this group of people to help you develop your territory, do you still need to worry about manpower? Jiang Changkong pondered for a moment. What Jiang Zhiqiao said was true. However, if he wanted to keep this group of people, the price he would have to pay would be enough to make him feel heartache. I got it. I will only give them 10% of the profits. Jiang Changkong clapped his hands and felt deeply proud of himself for being quick-witted. Jiang Zhiqiao, you are even more ruthless than the major forces. 10%? Who the hell would want to work with you? Changkong, are you having a fever? I don't want to work with you, even if I get 10% of the profits. Jiang Zhiqiao shook his head. No, I want manpower, not experts. Jiang Changkong shook his finger and said slowly, I will bring a group of Star Soul Peak. 10% of the profits. They will definitely be willing. Star Soul? Jiang Zhiqiao was dumbfounded. Don't be ridiculous. This is a battle between high-level warriors. You want to bring a group of Star Soul Peak? Just the aftermath alone can flatten Star Soul Peak. Are you sure you are not going to be a joke? Look at those forces. No matter how low the standard is, it is still early star embryo. Changkong 50 high-level warriors is actually not difficult to gather. Find a few second-rate forces, and it will be enough. Jiang Juqiao advised. If it is really not possible, you still have 3 forces, Hai Hongjin and Feng Jinghua from the outer islands. With their strength, plus me, we can more or less make up for it. There were still many high-level warriors in the Jiang family, but only he was early star body. Jiang Changkong shook his head. It is decided. You take half, and I will take the other half. When we get the land, I will take 70% and you take 30%. How about it? Jiang Juqiao's old face twitched. Haha, I think we should forget about it. Juqiao, you have to believe me. I alone can beat everyone. Jiang Changkong sighed. I am not bragging. In a month's time, I will step into the early star body realm and then open the God Killer Ray. Who can be a match for me without a peak star body? Moreover, even if it is a peak star body realm, I just need to spend a little more effort, and it is not impossible to win. No matter how you look at it, I can win without doing anything. Changkong, it is not that I do not support you, but I have to consider the family. Jiang Juqiao shook his head and turned to leave. He planned to find a late star body realm. Jiang Changkong was too unreliable. This time, the expedition team would be facing a late star body realm. Unable to persuade him to stay, Jiang Changkong also did not try to persuade him to stay. He made a post of his own. Oversea Island, Lord Jiang Changkong, temporarily at the peak of the star body realm, will step into the early star body realm soon. I have already sensed an opportunity and am about to break through. Now forming a new expedition team. Requirements: large families and forces. In terms of strength, not star bodies, not astral bodies, unless there are a lot of people. Star embryos are acceptable, but peak star spirits are preferred. Note: 10% of the profits will be given to you. I am invincible. You are free to do as you please. The quota is limited. First come, first served. Since he had decided to go all out, he might as well go all out. He did not need the help of the 3 clans. He alone could conquer a piece of land and defend his territory. The people of Budokai. What kind of recruitment criteria was this? Not even the strong but the weak? Only 10% of the profits? Why don't you just say that you are not giving anything? Peak star spirits, no matter how many you recruit. Can you kill a star embryo? Jiang Changkong, you are the laughingstock of my next life. You even sense an opportunity and are about to step into the early star body realm? How many years have you been cultivating? Mo Yin, a wandering cultivator, said, the laughingstock of my next life. I am invincible. You are free to do as you please. How dare you say such words? Let's see who among the top forces dares to say such words. Star River, passing by Budokai. Late star body realm, Star Edge. I want to participate in this expedition and see what it means to be invincible. Chapter 318. After Jiang Changkong posted the post, he did not pay attention to it anymore. If anyone was willing to join the team, they would send him a private message. Casualties were prohibited in the team, so there was no need to worry about people being afraid of death. Those at the peak of astral spirit were generally not qualified to participate. They belonged to the category that no one wanted. The people recruited by the major forces were all high-level warriors, without any danger to their lives. Some people who wanted to see the world would naturally participate. Others might not want it, but Jiang Changkong wanted it. After posting the post, Jiang Changkong went into seclusion. He still needed to comprehend what he had obtained from the Taiyin Immortal Palace. The Taiyin Battle Form star formation was a top-notch star formation. He did not ask for much. It was enough for him to comprehend the incomplete near-divine level star formation. With the near-divine level killing formation, coupled with the bright moon art, the strength of his avatar would increase by a level. With the incomplete soul killing formation, the power of his spirit-controlling art could be said to be forcibly increased by a level. Of course, he would also comprehend the star path and the saint-level Taiyin killing formation. As for the stellar level ones, he would not comprehend them. He was about to step into the stellar level. Star formations of the same level would not be particularly helpful to him. There was no obvious improvement. After all, his 8 martial arts had transformed into a type of martial art power that had far surpassed the same level. Only those who were at a higher level could bring him help. Jiang Changkong went into seclusion to comprehend the Tying star formation. In the territory, Hu Qinlan also brought Old Liang and the others. In addition to Old Liang, many warriors followed, reducing the pressure on the territory a lot. The development of the mine and the 15 families' businesses were also quickly taken over. Previously, with the help of the 3 families and Hai Hongjin, they could barely take over by themselves, but it was a little slow. When Old Liang and the others came to the territory, they only realized how much manpower Jiang Changkong needed. Generally, when coming to the Void Realm, if they had a territory, they would first recruit people or bring their own people. However, Jiang Changkong was alone. He only had a few friends and was too weak to come here. It was already difficult to develop his own territory, and now he had gotten rid of 15 families at once. Even though not every family had a territory, they had businesses. If he annexed all of them without the help of the 5 families, he would have to abandon them. However, this would be a huge benefit to them. Originally, they could only be regarded as supervisors, small stewards. However, when they came here, a large piece of land was thrown to them, and their status rose by a large margin. The development of the territory was in full swing. On the internet, there was another wave. A group of martial artists uncovered Jiang Changkong, the monstrous path of a peerless heaven's chosen one. In just 1 year, he went from an ordinary person to the peak of the astral body realm. He's an unprecedented genius, breaking through as easily as drinking water, possessing several celestial bodies, and now he's even the lord of a territory. A terrifying existence, Jiang Changkong, a genius that shouldn't have appeared. All kinds of posts set off a storm on the internet. Jiang Changkong's cultivation speed was too fast. This group of people directly dug out everything about him from Jianhai province all the way to the Void Realm, where he became a lord. There were even some who suspected that Jiang Changkong had been possessed by some old devil to recultivate the martial way. With such terrifying talent, there's only one possibility. He's an old monster. The things scattered from the starry sky back then. In addition to the relics, there are also some experts' remnant souls that haven't perished. According to this editor's speculation, Jiang Changkong was possessed by some old monster's remnant soul. You guys can't understand what a true heaven's chosen one is. Lord Jiang killed 15 thieves who stole resources by himself. Now the territory is big, but there are few people. He urgently needs manpower to develop the territory. First come, first served. Contact Liang Yilong. All kinds of posts spread on the internet, but Jiang Changkong did not know it all. He was peacefully in seclusion. However, there were many people who quarreled over Jiang Changkong, setting off a scolding war on the internet. Some people thought that Jiang Changkong was a peerless monster, an unprecedented genius. Some firmly believed that he was possessed by an old monster's remnant soul. Otherwise, how could he cultivate several celestial bodies and cultivate without bottlenecks? Those who really understood Jiang Changkong, on the other hand, did not say anything. They were all strangers. Anyone with a brain would know that it was impossible for him to be possessed by an old monster. No matter how strong the old monster was, how many celestial bodies could he have cultivated in the past? Was he stronger than the current Jiang Changkong? In the information they had obtained, there was no record of cultivating several celestial bodies at the same time. This was a huge benefit for Jiang Changkong. That was, more people came to his territory, especially when they knew that he had killed a mid-stage star body cultivator. His territory was very large, and he was short of manpower. Some people who were unsuccessful or wanted to go further came one after another. Inside the territory, it was extremely lively. For a time, it was overcrowded. The progress of the development of the mineral veins was also accelerated. In just a few days, a large mineral vein had been excavated more than half. Professor Yin specially built some equipment to process these star crystals. Some peak star spirits no longer hesitated and signed up to join his pioneering team. He transferred all of these to Su Hengji. As long as there were enough families and forces, they could develop wastelands. If it weren't for the fact that the lowest requirement for a pioneering team was a peak star spirit, Jiang Changkong would have dared to take Xingsong there. On the other hand, a few more voices appeared on the internet. They were all stimulated by Jiang Changkong's news. An unprecedented genius? Which top force or special martial arts association purposely pushed it out? That's right. Starlight of Star River Budokai solemnly announces that there is a genius in Budokai, a late-stage star body cultivator who is only 100 years old. Heavenly Star Budokai also has a peerless genius, a late-stage star body cultivator who is only 100 years old. Countless resources have been used to build him, and his combat ability is as high as the peak star body cultivator. Our Lord Jiang Changkong is less than 20 years old and has already killed a mid-stage star body cultivator, Liang Yilong said. The Internet. In this way, it seemed that Jiang Changkong was indeed more monstrous. He was less than 20 years old and had cultivated star power for less than a year, but he had reached the peak of the star body realm like AF * King Battleship. Moreover, he could kill enemies of a higher level and kill mid-stage star body cultivators. No matter how they compared, Jiang Changkong was more monstrous. As a result, Jiang Changkong became popular again. This is the only chance to follow a peerless genius. Those who have not joined territory number 53, come quickly. We won't wait for you. Besides, with Lord Jiang's talent, who would think that it is impossible for him to become a top-level martial artist before the age of 100. Also, the Tong family, Nan family, and Alcade Chamber of Commerce are allies of Lord Jiang. After Liang Yilong posted the post, he ignored it. Now that Jiang Changkong's name had completely resounded in the Void Realm, all they had to do was wait for people to come and fill up the territory. As long as one was not blind, such a genius would come and suck up to them. To become a top-level martial artist before the age of 100 and stand at the peak of the Federation. If it was in the past, it might be a joke, but now it was likely to become a reality because Jiang Changkong was not even 20 years old. He still had 80 years to become a top-level martial artist. Now, there were 3 top forces as allies, and there was someone behind them. At the same time, it was also to tell these people that these 3 forces had good foresight. Look at the top forces. If they think so highly of you, why don't you hurry up and join the territory? Chapter 319. Jiang Changkong went into seclusion to comprehend the lunar star array. It was much more difficult to comprehend the incomplete soul-killing array than the soul-killing array. His soul-killing array was left behind by Hua Tianrui. He picked up a ready-made one. However, the lunar star array was completely different. He wanted to find a part of the complete star array that could be opened by itself. The power of Yin intertwined with each other, but no matter what he did, they all collapsed in the end. For 8 days, Jiang Changkong failed to comprehend the lunar star array. I can't waste time like this. I have to contact the next C family. Jiang Changkong thought for a moment. The C family was the most suitable person to use the power of Yin. He had just received a laurel tree. It was time to return the favor. Thinking of this, Jiang Changkong dialed Lan Shi's number. Changkong, what's the matter? Lan, she asked with a smile after she answered the phone. Changkong, what's the matter? Lan, she asked with a smile after she answered the phone. Changyue needs some lunar star arrays. It's best if they are incomplete but usable. He didn't need a complete one. He had many complete ones. What he wanted was to dismantle them into something he could use. Lan, she hung up the phone. Soon, she sent a lot of incomplete lunar star arrays. Okay, I'll send them to you right away. Lan, she hung up the phone. When Jiang Changkong saw these star arrays, his face lit up with joy. These star arrays were similar to the one in his mind. Although they were different, he could use them as a reference. He could compare them and find an incomplete soul-killing array that was suitable for him. After thanking Lan Shi, Jiang Changkong continued to comprehend the array. This time, with the incomplete lunar star array, Jiang Changkong made rapid progress. The power of Yin gathered in the entire secret room. Countless bright moons rose, and moonlight danced in the air. An illusory woman in a white dress was faintly visible in the bright moons. Guardian, Jiang Changkong's eyes narrowed. Like the incomplete soul-killing array, the figure of Hua Tianrui was condensed. Could it be that this soul-killing array was created by the Guardian? However, this might not be the Guardian of the Lunar Immortal Palace. The Guardian of the Taiyin Immortal Palace was not limited to one generation. Perhaps it was her, or perhaps it was the previous Guardian. None of this was important. What was important was that he was on the right path. As the incomplete star array revolved, the woman in the white dress looked very blurry. Jiang Changkong continued to add more lines to the star array, and the woman in the white dress also became more and more solid. Jiang Changkong was very careful. He did not let the power of the moon leak out. As the number of lines continued to increase, the woman in the white dress became more solid, and the power of the star array also increased. Half an hour later, the star formation suddenly trembled violently and then dissipated. The majestic power of Yin surged. Jiang Changkong hurriedly activated his astral powers to suppress the power of Yin. Just like that, Jiang Changkong slowly searched for the limits of the incomplete star array and the star array that was suitable for him, until 7 days later, the broken moon star array filled the entire secret chamber. A woman in a white dress floated quietly beside him. His body was still blurry and translucent. He exuded dense, lunar cold qi and moonlight. I've been in seclusion for half a month. It's longer than I thought. This is just an incomplete killing array. Jiang Changkong shook his head. With a wave of his hand, the star array dissipated. He had not comprehended the killing array at the star sage level. If he continued to comprehend it, 1 month would not be enough. It was more reliable to learn all the star arrays at once. But when he thought of the essence, qi, and spirit that he needed, he gave up. As long as it was enough, he could slowly comprehend it in the future. After opening the secret chamber, Jiang Changkong walked out. In the territory, people came and went, and there were more than a dozen buildings. Jiang Changkong went directly to Su Hengji. Lord, you've come out of seclusion. Su Hengji hurriedly bowed and took out the ring. This is the wasteland that we've developed in the past half a month. In addition, we have too many people. Too many? Jiang Changkong was slightly stunned. Didn't we lack people? Now we have too many people. Su Hengji said the things on the internet, a little embarrassed. We just wanted to use the reputation of the Lord to recruit some people who knew that they would all come here. Some people even want to see the group leaders' celestial bodies. Jiang Changkong. So many people are here to visit me. In addition, Lord, the known mineral veins in the wasteland have been excavated. If we go deeper, the star demon is rampaging and there is no way to explore. Su Hengji said, We've got what we can get from those 15 families. There are only some land suitable for planting medicinal herbs and some other mineral veins left. Jiang Changkong nodded slightly. In addition to the star crystal mineral veins, there were some ordinary minerals that could be used to make weapons, armor, and build houses. Of course, some materials could be used to build warships, but this was far from enough. A warship needed too many materials. Also, Lord, the salary you offered before was too high. If this goes on, we won't be able to afford it. Su Hengji said helplessly, There are dozens of star embryos and more than a dozen celestial bodies in the territory now. Some mid-level warriors also need star crystals as salary. As for the star crystals, Jiang Changkong took all of them. There was nothing to pay them. Jiang Changkong was a little embarrassed. He had indeed gone too far. He let the horse run, but he did not give it grass to eat. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Changkong said, "How about this? There is still half a month left. I'll take a look at these gains first, and you guys prepare." Prepare for what? Su Hengji was slightly taken aback. There are more people in the deeper areas, and the territory needs to be expanded. Also, we need to find new mineral veins. After saying that, Jiang Changkong turned and left. Back in the secret room, Jiang Changkong began to look at the star crystals. Rank 7 star crystals, 81,600 pieces of low grade, 53,700 pieces of mid grade, 32,400 pieces of high grade, 20,200 pieces of top grade. Rank 8 star crystals, 66,700 pieces of low grade, 41,100 pieces of mid grade, 26,000 pieces of top grade, 8,000 pieces of top grade. Rank 9 star crystals, 196 pieces of low grade, 53 pieces of middle grade. These were all his recent gains. Total essence, energy, and spirit, 29862,000 pieces. Adding on the more than 10 million from before, Jiang Changkong discovered to his dismay that he still lacked about 1,180,000 pieces of essence, energy, and spirit. After thinking for a while, he took out 119 green pearls and kept 100 as a backup. After finally gathering the essence, energy, and spirit, Jiang Changkong informed Su Hengji and left. He wanted to go into the depths and break through first. After he broke through, he would let Su Hengji bring people over to investigate. To prevent too much of a commotion, Jiang Changkong entered the ancient battlefield to break through. No one would disturb him here, and no one would spy on him. Shao Qin arrived at the ancient battlefield and sat cross-legged on the white bones. Jiang Changkong perfected the White Cloud 9-layer sutra. Then his 8 martial arts advanced to the astral realm at the same time. His 10-meter golden body was the first to start. The star rune on his forehead appeared, speeding up the transformation of the astral body. The Taiji Yin-Yang art, the God Reigning art, the White Cloud 9-layer sutra, the Sacred Sun art, the Bright Moon art, the Tyrant Blade, and the star formation of the advanced astral body welcomed earth-shattering changes. Within the Stargate, the star power of each martial art started to condense. The star power turned into special patterns that looked like mysterious chains. An astral warrior would nurture a star that belonged to them. The 10-meter golden body gathered a torrential blood energy, and the 8 power patterns formed an elemental star. The power patterns were the lifeline of the star. The special patterns were integrated into the elemental star. The monstrous star power surged like a sea of stars, supporting the formation of the star. The Taiji Yin-Yang art formed a black and white star that hung above the star power. Comprehension came one after another. The astral realm used the star rune routes to pry into the great Tao of stars. If the astral realm was perfected, then every corner of the star would be integrated with star patterns. When the star was condensed to the limit, it could bear the great Tao of stars. Only then could one step into the astral realm and become a top martial artist. The 8 martial arts in Jiang Changkong's body evolved at the same time. The White Cloud Star, the Spirit Reigning art, the Soul Star, and the power of the moon condensed into a bright moon. The Sacred Sun art formed a sacred sun. The transformation of the force pattern star formation didn't condense into a huge star. Instead, it merged with the 10-meter tall golden body and formed countless star formations on it. 7 stars formed, and Jiang Changkong's soul sat in the center. The 7 stars revolved around him as if there was gravity. Comprehension kept flowing into his mind, and the secrets of the astral realm appeared in his mind. Chapter 320. Above the ancient battlefield, 7 stars manifested. A majestic aura spread out, as if it had activated the ancient battlefield's killing array. Rumble. The entire ancient battlefield shook, resonating with Jiang Changkong's force-patterned stars. The bright moon and stars rotated, releasing a torrential moonlight. Countless star patterns covered the stars. A woman in white sat cross-legged on the bright moon. The light of the holy sun, star, shone brightly. The terrifying heat burned the bones into ashes. The god-governing art was invisible, but it emitted a strong floral fragrance. The incomplete god-killing array was carved on it. The flower stamens stood proudly on the stars, hundreds of flowers blooming around it. The tyrant blade of the stars intertwined with countless blade lights silently. The white clouds of the stars filled the stars and connected with the star array. The Tai Chi star was a combination of yin and yang qi. The black and white rotated, containing mysterious energy. The 7 stars contained 7 kinds of power, containing unfathomable astral power. A vast astral power appeared like a boundless ocean, lifting up the stars. After stepping into the star array, Jiang Changkong's strength had increased tremendously. His astral power and star array had all changed. If he met his previous self again, he could kill him with a flick of his finger. Now he was confident that he could compete with a peak star array cultivator. 3 hours later, the phenomenon disappeared. The 7 stars returned to his body, and the boundless astral power retracted into his body. Jiang Changkong, early stage star array advanced superior martial art. 3-foot golden body. Basic, 1/800, 000 Taiji Yin Yang art. Basic, 1/800, 000 God governing art. Basic, 1/800, 000 Bright Moon art. Basic, 1/800, 000 Tyrant Blade. Basic, 1/800, 000 Sacred Sun art. Basic, 1/800, 000 White Cloud 9-fold Sutra. Basic, 1/800, 000 the high-grade array Tao. Battle Body Star Array Incomplete Basic, 1/800, 000 Essence Energy Spirit, 9485, for there were only 1,000 essence, energy, and spirit left in each of the 100 green beads. He couldn't even perfect one martial art. Jiang Changkong was a little depressed. After stepping out of the ancient battlefield, Jiang Changkong looked into the depths. In this situation, they could only continue exploring and snatch resources from the star demon's hands. After contacting Su Hengji and telling them to make preparations, Jiang Changkong headed into the depths of the mountain range alone. Deep in the endless mountains, where the star demon roamed freely, countless star demon galloped in the mountains. There were high-level star demons, and there were low-level star demons. Jiang Changkong stepped into the void and released the aura of a martial art. Rumble. The aura of an early-stage, heavenly body cultivator shook a radius of several hundred miles as a sacred sun illuminated the surroundings. A terrifying pressure engulfed the area. The mountains crumbled, and the vegetation turned to dust. The weak star demon on the ground and the star demon flying in the air were all engulfed in golden flames. The golden sacred sun was a huge star, just like a real sun. Under the terrifyingly high temperature, the primordial world was set ablaze. Even some of the mountain peaks were burning. The light of the holy sun overshadowed the sunlight in the sky. Wherever it shone, there was no life left. Roar. The roars of the star demon sounded from the depths of the mountain range, filled with unease and fear. Jiang Changkong, you and I mind our own business. Isn't it good to get along peacefully? A furious roar resounded. A 3-meter-tall star demon roared and rushed into the void. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, "Star demon, don't jump out." The light of the holy sun shone. Before the star demon could react, its body was directly penetrated by the holy sun's light. The power of the holy sun spread throughout its body. extinguishing all life. Roar! The star demon roared. This time they did not court death. Instead, they all fled. However, the speed at which they fled was far slower than the speed of the Holy Sun's light. Wherever the Holy Sun's light reached, life was extinguished. Enough! For angry roars resounded. For figures appeared at the same time. They were all stellar-level star demon. 1 mid-stellar level and 3 early stellar level. I didn't expect there to be so many stellar-level star demon in my territory. Jiang Changkong's movements paused slightly. His eyes were cold. Jiang Changkong, we didn't make things difficult for you before. The territory that the Human Federation gave you is only so big. This is our territory. The mid-stellar level star demon's eyes were blood-red and flashed fiercely. Then let's change it now. This is my territory. Jiang Changkong raised his palm. The Holy Sun's light turned into 4 rays of blade light. Let's go. The 4-star demon did not hesitate. They turned around and tried to escape. Jiang Changkong had killed a mid-stellar level demon before. They did not think that they could stop Jiang Changkong. However, Jiang Changkong had already entered the stellar level. His strength was no longer the same as it was in the past. Rumble. The 4 rays of blade light swept over. The 4-star demon exploded at the same time, turning into minced meat. Jiang Changkong, do you really want to start a war? The minced meat gathered. The 4-star demon recovered. They did not run away. Vast stellar power rose. Jiang Changkong sneered. War? You think you are worthy? The strongest of the 4-star demon was only at the mid-stellar level. With such strength, they were not worthy of a war. Jiang Changkong, you are indeed a monster. However, we do have late stellar level demons. The mid-stellar level star demon had a ferocious look on his face. Obediently return to your territory. We will pretend that nothing happened. You can fight to the death with humans. No matter how you expand, we will not interfere. Call that late stellar level star demon out. As Jiang Changkong walked, the Holy Sun followed him. The terrifying temperature did not decrease at all. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. Jiang Changkong, this is not a place where you can behave atrociously. With an angry roar, a huge star flew out from the depths, emitting terrifying flames. If you want to fight, you can find the humans like before. You're their backer? Late stellar level, not bad. When Jiang Changkong opened and closed his eyes, they were like 2 suns. You are courting death. Do you really think that you are invincible after entering the heavenly body stage? The fiery red star vibrated. A boundless might swept out. Towering stellar power caused the entire space to tremble. Remember, my territory can have width, but it will never have length, Jiang Changkong said calmly. He raised his palm, and the Holy Sun transformed into an invisible light ball. Stellar power gathered, and thousands of flowers bloomed. With a thought, flowers bloom. Enter dreams. When he activated the soul-killing array, its power was incomparable to before. Even without the help of weapons and 9th-grade medicines, its power had long surpassed that of before. Within a radius of several hundred miles, the intoxicating fragrance of flowers spread out as the star demon and other living beings entered the dream. As soon as the late stellar level star demon opened his mouth, there was no more silence. Even a late stellar level star demon couldn't resist his soul-killing array. Thousands of flowers competed with each other. Faint souls floated up from below, received by the star array, and landed in Jiang Changkong's palm. The soul-stabilizing tree frantically devoured the souls and grew strong. Jiang Changkong suddenly understood something. The ancient battlefield's flower-killing array was extremely terrifying to him. However, to a near god, it was probably nothing. It was just a decent killing array. When one's strength reached a certain level, their horizons would be broadened. Just like now, he could kill the star demon within a radius of several hundred miles with a wave of his hand and extract their souls. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to use a near-God killing array. He still couldn't enter the depths of the ancient battlefield. It would take too much time to copy the killing array and comprehend it. If he had the time, he might as well save his energy and increase his strength. The killing array activated, absorbing the souls. The soul-stabilizing tree emitted a misty light. The late stellar-level star demon couldn't resist for long and was devoured by the soul-stabilizing tree.